Hello everyone, assalamu alaikum. So here I have this app and this is the UI, and this UI and app I built using Flutter GetX, Riverpod and Bloc. So I built 3 versions of this app. So over here the first one is GetX, this is Riverpod, and this is Bloc. This is actually a complete app. It has both backend, so it does have API and backend and notification and chattings. So all these features have been done using all these 3 state management systems. Anyway, so I'm gonna allow for this one GetX, and this is Riverpod, and this is Bloc. Okay, now of course in terms of UI and visual effect there is no change. So here I'm gonna do click on this for GetX, and here I see that we can get started, and this is where it takes us, and this one is for Riverpod, and let's get started, and the same happens here. All right, now for each of them we could log in or sign up. Now for GetX itself, actually I have signed up, so I'm going to log in using my credentials over here, and after that actually we'd be able to use the app. Otherwise we are not going to able to use this app. So I'm going to log in over here, and we'll see that it's trying to log in because it's connected with the server. So data is coming from server, and here we logged in. Now over here we have logged in using GetX. Now I don't have account for this too, so I'm going to go up and go ahead and sign up over here. Now first one over here, I'm going to use the username as dbs tag, and I'm going to do email address, and here I would do dylan@dbstag.com, and I'll, in terms of password, I'll keep it just simple. And I'm going to sign up over here, and let's see. Okay, so we see that we have some response, and it says that user account already exists. Okay, now in that case we are going to use a different one. Let's go ahead and sign up. All right, so here it says that an email has been sent to verify to my account, which is my email account. So that means that I'm going to go ahead and verify the email address. So here I've got the link, and I'm going to click on this and verify this email address, and we should be good to go. Let's wait for it because Firebase verifies our email address. In our app we have used email address verification, and for this mechanism we have used Firebase. Now here it says that your email has been verified, as you can see. So now here we are, and inside this we are going to use the email address, the one that we have just used to log in. So I'm going to click over here, login. So here we are logged in using Riverpod. Now for Bloc itself, we are going to use Google login. Of course you could do email. Login, but here we'll go ahead and do Google login. So here we are doing Google login. So it means that our app supports custom login as well as Google login, Facebook login, and Apple login. As you have seen earlier, here at the top we had this Apple login. Now we should be logged in using Google. Now as you see over here, you can also use Apple to log in. Okay, beautiful. So our apps are ready. Now this part of this app has been done using Bloc. So let's go ahead and take a very quick look. So here is this search section, and here is this courses. So if we have a lot of courses, you'd be able to see them from here. And then over here we could also do chatting, and this is our profile section. So that was the GetX version. Now let's see the Riverpod version over here. So once again, this is our search section, and course section, and message, as well as our profile section. Okay, great. Now Bloc section should be the same, as you can see over here. So now here you could also go ahead and click on this section where it says go and see your lessons. Of course, here you would be able to play videos. Now here I put random videos. All the videos are same though. All right, so the videos are same, but you get the idea. So the teacher would be able to upload these videos from backend. Now let's take a look at this message section using GetX. So over here we do see that we would be able to send messages. Here it's hey there, and send messages. And of course we'll have this send images and file section. Okay, so that's what we would be able to do. Here we'll see how this payment section works. So it'll take you to this course section. Earlier we have seen that you can view them as a video, right? But you could also go ahead and buy the course, but the course should be uploaded by the teacher from the backend. As you can see, it's loading. So here we have integrated Stripe payment, so you'd be able to, your users would be able to pay through Visa card, Union card, and MasterCard. All right. So of course on virtual machine like this, we are not going to do that. And over here, user would be able to see all the courses that have been uploaded by the people in this platform. But of course this one we also have over here. So now next step, what are we going to do? We are going to work on these buttons, this login buttons, because we need to be able to click on them and verify. Now the same thing we are going to do over here. So we also need to pass functions to it. So in this case we are going to pass functions that's going to actually call our login method. And what's the login method that we are talking about? The login method that we are talking about over here, the one that we already wrote over here, so which is called handle sign in. All right, now over here I have added some extra logs so that we know that what's happening over here, like with each of them. All right, so just go ahead and add them, just print method. All right, okay, and right over here for this try catch clause, instead of just catch, so I'm using over here this Firebase class. Now this class actually gives you a lot of control about the error messaging. So previously it was just a catch, but I replaced it with Firebase auth exception. Now Firebase auth exception actually gives you a better control on log messaging. Okay, all right, and you can specifically pinpoint what kind of error is there. For example, actually we can add one more over here. Now how to add it? So if you come over here, Firebase auth, okay, no, sorry, this is the method. If you come over here, hover over on it, sign in with email. So you see that over here these are a lot of options that you could use, like invalid email, user disabled, user not found, and wrong password, like that. So over here I'm going to add one more to it, which is invalid email. Now right after it, over here I'm going to do like this, else if e.code and invalid email, and then here we could just print your email format is wrong or incorrect, like that. So you can add a lot more. Now we're gonna save it over here. Okay, now we are ready. Of course inside over here, inside this sign in class over here, for this one we need to add a method. And how to do that? Now this is the method that actually we are going to pass, and if we pass a method to it over here, as you can see, we're going to use it over here. So first over here we're going to grab a function. Okay, all right, so over here we are going to do void function like this, and we'll just simply call it func, like that. Now of course with this we'd be able to use it here, func, like that. Okay, now over here we need to pass the function. Let's go ahead and do that. So how to do that? Now we're simply going to pass a function like this, and then the error is gone over here, like this. Okay, so this is the function that we have. So let's get reorganized. like this. Okay, if you want, you can also do reformat of the code, which may look better now like this, but of course we're gonna go to the next line over here. Okay, right, now first to verify this over here, we could do login button. Okay, so to know that it's working. And for registration button, we can just keep it empty for now. Okay, now with this we're ready. So hopefully if I click on this, we'll see that over here. Okay, looks like it's not working. In that case, let's restart everything and we'll see how it goes. Now here we do a.a.com, and then 1 2 3 4. It doesn't matter, so our logs are still there. We need to remove them. Okay, now let's check on this. Widgets over here. Now we see that it works because I guess we are already passing a function from there, so we don't need to have this braces over there anymore, which I mean over here, since we are already passing a function. Okay, great. So which means that it works over here. Now well, of course this is not you want to pass. You want to pass a method to it. Now what is the method? The method you want to pass is this one over here, which is in our case this one. So you want to call this method from here, but how to call it? There's this problem also. You also need to maintain your context, as you can see, and how we do that. So now let's come over here. Inside this we could do sign in controller, this one, and we know that it takes a property which is context, and based on that here we could call a method handle sign in. Okay, right, and then here we would say email. And with this we'll see that it calls our method. Okay, all right, now what's gonna happen once you call this method, which is over here? So it's gonna grab the state we have saved early. So this states they were saved, so we'd be able to see them. But anyway, so now let's go ahead and do like this, and yes, we do already see that we have there's some problems over here. Now the first one is it says that unimplemented handling missing static target. In this case, what you can do, we can restart our app and let's see. Okay, and then a.com and 1 2 3. All right, so that's so far we have, and let's click on this. Yeah, all right, so the email is this, and this is what we are getting, and this is beautiful. And that also means that actually we're already able to talk to Firebase, and that's awesome. Now of course this one is coming from here, while email is okay. So email address is this one. Add a log over here, and now we have the other one, this one. This actually came from Firebase, like user didn't found. So for this one in our database we don't have any. All right, so that means we are already able to talk to Firebase. Okay, now of course as we are on the page, you can try it one more time. Our states are all saved, we know that, and as you can see it over here, you can click on this, and now it's trying to verify what's happening in Firebase. Now it does take a bit of time to confirm whether user exists or not, like that. Okay, so it says that user didn't find, or they couldn't find user, and that's awesome, which means that we are able to talk to Firebase even from now. Okay, and another thing you could do over here, now we could also remove everything. So let's go ahead and do that, and then over here let's click on this, and of course you'll say that here it says that email empty, password empty. So actually nothing is there. Okay, so I think it just pointed to this one. Okay, all right, so anyway, which means that yes, if everything is empty, it's not gonna work. Like for example, you might have info.thebeststack.com, this one, and then you try to log in now, and here, okay, so we don't have password for that. Okay, all right, and password is empty, email address is correct, which also gives us the idea that okay, this email might exist in Firebase. Anyway, let's try a password and see how it goes. All right, and we are waiting for the feedback from Firebase. Okay, so now it says that the password is wrong. Okay, of course this password is wrong. Now over here, let me put password like this. Now let's try this. Okay, and what do we see over here? Of course we see the password, and here's the user exist. All right, but not verified. So I think I had a verified FIED fied. Okay, all right, so which means that the user exists. And now you may ask, how did the user exist? Here is our project and learning app. This is the project that we built so far. Over here we have this build authentication section actually, and inside this authentication sections actually I have added a user. So it's easy to do. Just go ahead and add a user, and then you'd be able to do the test. Okay, well, for you guys definitely it is empty, but as I'm doing it, so I already added a user, and that's where we see that the log says the user exists. So we can try it one more time. All right, okay, well, try to log in, and here it's trying to do the verification. Yes, it says that user exists, but user is not verified. So user didn't verify the email address, so that's the problem. All right, but we'll also do the verification thing, how to do the verification. So that means that actually it's working, but of course we can also try it on our Android device and we'll see the same thing. So let's boot up our Android emulator. So here we are with our Android device, and then let's type in, and here we could do a@a.com, and then we can come over here and type 1 2 3, and then over here we could do like this and say user not found for the email, and that's good, and that's what actually we wanted. Well, of course on Android we see a much more log information from Firebase, but now of course if you try it over here, info@dbestech.com, and then try, and this time you might see a different result. Well, there's a lot of log on Android, that's the problem. Okay, well, now so yeah, here it says that, well, email is this, I'm logging in as dbest with empty reCAPTCHA. So we don't have reCAPTCHA here, and the password is invalid, or user doesn't have a password. So yes, it's still about password thing. Now of course we can go ahead and change this. Here I try my password, whatever the password that I have tried early on console, so it's the same password I have to try over here and try to do that. Yes, now over here, okay, well, it's already trying to listen to the user is logged in, as you can see. Okay, so user ID is here, is trying to listen to the user. Well, user is not verified, so you have to verify our user if we are going to use our Firebase service for email login. Okay, before we go ahead and do the verification thing, we have to do some other taking care, as our app is getting bigger and bigger and a lot of things happening. Now the first thing we want to do over here, install a plugin, and we want to install a plugin that's called fluttertoast, and that would help us actually to send messages or like view messages. All right, like print messages, but that would be on the UI itself. So over here I would do flutter pub add fluttertoast. I think this is the package name, and let's see whether it's added or not. Looks like it's not added yet. Well, most probably we just have to refresh it, and let's see whether it's okay. Now here it's installed, so make sure the versions are correct. In that case you'd align with me. All right, now inside this controller over here, we want to see some messages. Okay, all right, so here we don't need this anymore. Actually this is where we want to show the message, but well, for this reason we need to come inside this folder. We'll build a little widget for this. Okay, so over here we're gonna create a widget, and that widget would be reusable throughout our app. So here we build a folder, and then we'll say that over here fluttertoast.dart, like that. Okay, now inside this we'll create a simple function. So over here we'll call it toast info, like that, and then it will have some required parameters, and some of them are optional. So required, here we'll use string msg. All right, and then you could also do color. Now here we do background color, and then colors dot black, and here color and text color. So these are for styling actually, and we are giving them some default value over here if you don't want to give any values. And right after that, here we'll just simply return. And what do you want to return? Return flutter toast, this one, and from it here we could do show toast, like that. That's as simple as that one. And now of course we have some other dependencies, so let's go ahead and import them. It should be gone. All right, and let's reformat the code. Okay, now it looks much better. Now yes, this is the first time actually we are using double curly braces inside this brackets. Now with this, that's because some of this parameters, the one that we have, are like they have default value, which means that if you don't pass them, and it's fine if you just have curly braces, and if you don't pass them you'll have error. So if you don't pass this colors, background and toast color, that would be our default value. Okay, so that's why we did it like this. Anyway, so over here we could based on our requirement, we'd be also able to show different background color. Now the message is the message that you want to show, and then we also want to take care of something called toast length and toast dot. We could do length short, so most probably it would help us to show the messages not too long, I think. And gravity was like toast gravity the top, so we want to show it from top. All right, and time in second for is web, or time in second for iOS web, like that. So I think there are other parameters that we need to set up, and I think we do 2 seconds, which means that we'll show it for 2 seconds, and set up the background color as well, and text color. Well, text color, the text color that we have defined, text. So here we do text color, and then font size. Okay, we do 16.sp. All right, so this becomes our custom widget for showing the messages at the top. Like for example, when we go over there, based on user interaction, you want to show messages, and this is the place actually you can call them right now. So here we would say toast info, this one, and one of the things that's required, only one is required. So here we could say your email, you need to fill an email address, you need to fill in email address, just like this. Okay, all right, so now I'm going to copy this one and put it again and again in other places. All right, well of course here we don't need this anymore because we already have messages. All right, now here you need to fill in password, right? So you need password. All right, and then over here, sure, you don't exist, you don't exist, and over here we could do, you need to verify your email account. You need to verify your email account, like that. Okay, all right, and over here we could also say you are not a user of this app. Currently you are not a user of this app. Now over here we could also, I mean, just keep doing that, fill in it and as you like. No user found for that email, no user found for that email. It works. Okay, now right over here we could also do wrong password provided for that user, wrong password provided for that user. Okay, and over here we could also do like this: your email format is wrong, your email address format is wrong, like that. Okay, great. Now, well, right away we might see some changes if we're going to run on them. All right, okay, looks like we do have a bit of issues over here. Okay, missing plugin. All right, because we just created this plugin, and I think we need to go ahead and restart our app, and then let's try this. Okay, looks like we still have problem with the fluttertoast over here. Okay, so in that case, what I'm going to do, I'm first going to go to cd.ios and make sure that pod install, if it has some dependencies, it'll download it automatically for iOS version, and that's what we need. Okay, great. All right, okay, and at the same time I'll step back over here and I'll stop it, and then I'm gonna restart the app and we'll see how it goes from here on. Okay, still stopping, I guess. And over here we see that it's indexing, so we need a bit of moment to wait for this. Okay, great. Now let's start it. Now first, as you see, as our app is growing, it takes more time to build first time. Especially this happens with Xcode, because Xcode actually compiles everything, well, the necessary dependencies, and that push it into the device. It doesn't do a lot of things in runtime. On the other hand, for Android simulator, they do some of the things during the runtime. So that's why they're when they compile it first time, it's very fast. So iOS is always slow. So of course this is just the beginning. As we are doing more and more work with iOS, and as we are installing a lot of dependencies, we'll see that first time when we compile our app using Xcode, it is a bit slow. Okay, our app is ready, so now we're gonna go ahead and do this, and then we'll say get started, and we see here we are, but some of the logs are not appearing. Okay, anyway, so let me click on this, and here we see that wrong password or things like that. Here it showed up. All right, but it is supposed to show this one first. Most probably this happened very quickly, so that's why it's not happening. But now how to do that? Over here we could also do return, which would help you, and here we could do the same, return. Maybe just to return after that, and with this we just get more accurate information. Return and return and return. All right, okay, and that's fine. Now let's save it. Now let's try. So yeah, this is working correctly. Okay, as you can see, so if you type in your email, so info@thebesttag.com, now here we'll see that, okay, you need to type in your password 1 2 3 4 5 6 or 5. All right, now here we might see a different message, wrong password provided for that user. Now, of course this is coming from I think or Firebase, and this is beautiful. So far so good. One of the things I want to remove, we don't need these things anymore because too much log is annoying. Let's go ahead and remove them. So just comment them out because we might need them again for debugging. So far everything is working as we expected. So that's a much better work on the UI. All right, now let's restart this app. Well, we didn't really need to restart. Anyway, okay. Now here, okay, well, if we log in, actually, hopefully you have connected your Firebase account the way I told you. Just go ahead and add there. We'll do the registration later, after a few more lessons later. Well, we want to, after logging in, if we are successful, we want to go to a new page. Okay, so this is what we want to do. And along the way, actually, even before that, we also need to work on our blocks over here. So if you come over here in main.dart over here, you'll see that, well, we already have 3 blocks over here, and you might have a lot of blocks, and those blocks actually you don't need to really put here. So next step, we'll see how to separate your blocks and use them. Okay, all right. Hello everyone, assalamu alaikum. So here we'll see how to separate these blocks from your providers. You don't want to keep them in main.dart file, because if your app gets bigger and bigger, you will have a lot of block providers, and you want to separate them in a separate file, and which is better. And this, in this section, this is what we'll see. Now first, I'll go ahead and create a new file. Now I'm inside this lib folder, and inside this pages folder. Now inside this pages folder, I'm going to create a new file over here, and I'll call it BlocProviders.dart, like this. Okay, now over here I'm going to create a class, and I'm going to call it app BlocProviders. All right, and this would be a class, and inside this I'll have a static getter method. So here I'll do get, and then I'll create a variable, and I'll call it all BlocProviders. All right, and since this is a getter, so I'll have a getter sign like this. And then after this, what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this one from here, or cut them, and then just simply put them here. So they're like in a list right now, but step by step you need to import all the dependencies or the pages screens that you're going to use for your app, right? And the last one is the block provider. All right, great. Now over here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove this. We don't need this sign anymore. So here all I need to do, simply just go ahead and call the class that we created. It is app block providers, this one, and inside this our static property is all block providers, and it should work. Right after this, I'm going to restart our app, and we'll see that it happens from the scratch over here, and we should not have any mistakes. So this is the onboarding screen, and then over here, okay, so over here we'll see that there is a block that gets us to a next page. But of course this dots over here, they're also happening because of a block. Anyway, so over here we're going to go to a next page, so which means that it works. And of course there are a lot of other things that happen, so it block. Now yeah, well, even though we separated the blocks in a different file, which made our code look better and clean, at the same time our functions, they don't change at all. So after this, if you're able to log in, then we want to go to a new page from here on. So there would be an application page, or if we don't actually, if we are not able to log in, which means that we should be go to a registration page, where we say that go to a registration page, like that. All right, so now over here I want to work on this registration button. Now let's come over here in ours. I think there is a sign-in page over here, and over here we have this one, this button over here, where you log in with like this. So we have this gesture detector, this one. Now let's check our sign-in class, I guess. Let me erase this. Okay, we need to come over here. Now right over here we need to pass an event. All right, so if you're going to go to a new page, let's go ahead and pass a new event from here. Well, what are you going to pass? So here would pass navigator.off, and we have the access to the context, and then here we call push named, the second one we are going to use. And over here simply we just mention our route name. So our route name should be register, this one, that should be our route name. All right, and I think, let me see our main.dart over here. Now in main.dart we have already registered some of this. So here we do register, and then over here we're going to pass the context. Don't worry, also very soon we are going to take care of this routing problem, and we'll separate them in a new file. Okay, so here we'd say register like that. Now of course this class doesn't exist yet, so what I'm going to do over here, right inside this, we're going to create a new directory, and we'll say register. All right, and right inside this we're going to create a new file over here, and we'll call it register.dart. Now this would be pretty much like this one, sign in, register. Now we want to go to this page over here, so that should be our register page, right? Okay, anyway, so now let me close this. We have to open this, and then we can close this one. We don't need, I guess, the controller we don't need now. We're gonna keep this one and have it register over here. Register. Okay, now it's all empty, nothing's there. So here we'll create a class, and we do st stateful, and we'll call it register. And with this over here we are going to create a register class, and we'll give it a colors.white, so that we know we are doing something. All right, okay, great. Now let's import this. We're good to go, and we can also close this one. Okay, great. Now if you come over here, sign in.dart over here, and we know that over here we are passing this one. Okay, all right, and before that let me check the name correctly, otherwise we might be wrong. Over here I think, okay, just call with the name, you don't need to put any slash. I forgot whether we needed to put any slash over here. Okay, right. Okay, so this is the one, so either you're gonna call this or this. Okay, now of course if you tap on, I mean the first one, then it would take you to sign in option. Otherwise if you click on this one, it would take you to registration option. Now let's go ahead and boot up it and see how things go. All right, so far so good, everything. And then I'm going to click on this, and we do see that we come back over here, right? And it means which means that it's already working, and this is great. Now we need to work on this page. Now the page work would be pretty easy for us because we have already done most of it here, so it's gonna be easy for us. So I'm going to copy this whole build method with override, and then over here I'm going to replace this whole build method. And I know that we'll have a lot of errors, so let's go ahead and fix them one by one. And of course over here, instead of sign in block, we need to have our registration block. So for that reason, actually we can also cut this one, and then over here we just remove this. Yes, a lot of the other things we need to take care. All right, now these are the things that we don't have here. Some of this that we were doing, but they were not really reusable. Okay, now over here, just now we can just remove this section, and our error should be gone, and everything else looks like we need to import them. Okay, so over here we can create a class, okay, and then we'll call it common widgets.dart over here. Now we know that in sign in over here, this one, so a lot of this actually we could just move there. So let's go ahead and see which of them we can move over here. All right, so these are all here, and now if you come over here, you'll see that the app bar itself. Okay, let's go ahead and take this. Okay, we can import from common widgets, and error should be gone. Let's go ahead and import it over here. These errors are gone, and we don't need to pass any context for now. And over here we also don't need any sign-in controller for now. Okay, and so you see that most of the errors are gone. Now if you come to sign in widget over here, well, so looks like we also don't need this one, because in sign in over here, so instead of using sign in widgets, this one, we can just simply go ahead and copy the one that we imported over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and copy this one, and for sign in, let's remove this. We don't need this one, and then put this one, and by the same way the errors are gone. So now we have put everything together in a common file, common widgets. All right, okay, and well, that still means we need still a bit of refactoring, and let's go ahead and work on this, and we'll see how it goes. Let's make sure that we don't have any errors. All right, okay, great. Now let's click on this, click on this register. Okay, actually we are already in registration button, but of course there are many other things that we need to work, and let's go ahead and check that. Now if you come over here, definitely we don't need this. Well, I have the design over here, so as you see that we definitely don't need this. We need this text, but in a different way, and as well as everything else stays the same. And we also need to remove this, and we also have to have this one. All right, so let's come over here, and inside this third-party login, so we can just simply go ahead and remove that. Now let's save it. Definitely we go up over there, and down there, this one where it says login, actually we can also remove this one. Great. All right, okay, and what else? So we have username, email, and password, things like that. So definitely we're going to copy them. So first one was username, but I do see that we have a bit of issues over here, so we should not have this one. Actually, without this I think it looks better, in a sense that right now they're very identical, as you can see over there. Okay, they're very identical. Of course you see that these two simulators, their background color is different. Most probably this is resolution factor, because one is Pro Max and there is 14 Pro. Well, anyway, now of course we also need to change the color over here. Okay, great. And what else? Okay, so one of the things we want to do over here for register, well, it should be the first one should not be your email. First one should be username, so you're gonna just put it over here and we'll call it username. All right, and over here we'll say enter your username. Enter your username. All right, and then here we'll say name. All right, and let's go ahead and save it. Okay, we already see that it says enter your username. And then we have email, and the other one we have had enter your password, or there should be confirm your password. Okay, all right. So over here we can just go ahead and copy them, and let's put over here. Okay, now here and say re-enter your password. You can say confirm your password, or re-enter your password to confirm. All right, and then over here we can just simply go ahead and remove that. Okay, great. All right, now if you come over here, yes, they look very similar right now. Oh, yes, but we do have a size issue over here. I think this is also good. Anyway, so now with this is done, but of course there are a few other things, especially the distance, the text over here. So now the text itself was enter your details below and free sign up. So here you would say enter your details below and free sign up. Okay, that's great. And then we also need to say over here sign up. Now this is the problem over here. Now the AppBuilder could take a string over here. Okay, string type. All right, so instead of this we can just simply say type. All right, now for register over here, since it says sign up, we do sign up. And let me see, all that is capital up, so we do that one. And then over here I think we need to pass login. Okay, and every arrow should be gone. Now we look very similar. Okay, great. And then over here, instead of register, I think we can say sign up. And over here we say the same. There's the first one that we want to change, sign up. All right, with this we look very similar. Okay, now there is a little bit of problem. So it's login this color, but sign up is white here, but when you go over here, so this is white as well. So there are a few issues that we need to take here. The first thing we'd be doing is from here taking care of this one. Well, actually if you click on this and well, it looks like there is no button over here, but there is one. If you click on this, actually you'll see that it goes back like this. So what happened to the button? Now that's because of our settings over here in the app bar. Now because we are trying to change the default app bar settings, so that's why it happened. Now over here we can set it. And how do we set it? Well, for this reason, we can just simply go ahead and do like this. Well, we need to be inside this. Let's see. Icon theme. icon theme data, this one. And inside this, let's see, we set up background color. What are the properties we have? We have color over here, so let's set up the color. And here we would use app colors dot primary text, which is black over here. Let's go ahead and save it. But of course, looks like we have an error. That's because if you change theme color, then you have to restart your app. Or if you change your theme, then you have to restart your app. Now you come over here and you see that it's visible over here. All right, so that was due to this reason. Well, that's the first thing that's been solved. And we also want to solve this one. Now, how we do that? Now, that should be inside this one over here. Now, here we need to change this re-enter password. Let's see. Okay, so here it says forget password. But instead of doing like this, we can come over here and we can just simply copy this reusable text from here. And we should be good to go. And with this, let's see what's going on. Did I make any mistake? All right, I'm going to remove this and then put here this one. And most probably there was an extra brackets. All right, so let's save it. And of course, it already changed over there. Now, if you see this reusable one, now what we can do over here, we can just simply go ahead and do a const sized box, and then here we could do width. We know 25.h, and then here we could do child and this one. All that should be h, and then over here we could do this. And we have an extra this one, and let's see. Okay, well, if we have that one, so we can't use a const anymore, and the error is gone, and they'll be aligned, but looks like they were not aligned. Let me see. So we are inside this container center widget. We are inside this column. Okay, yeah. Well, that should be actually not sized box. We could do container, and then here we could do padding, or if you want, you can also do margin and const. Well, we can't really use const over here, and then it's only, and the left 25.w. And with this, I think would be good, and they all align together. Now, what about the space over here? Now, over here it does look like it's blue like that, but we don't have. Now, do remember here we can change this one. We can make it like login button. All right, okay, and you see it just changed. Well, it doesn't really matter whether it's login or sign up, but we know that inside this, if we have this login condition true, then the color is blue and everything works like that. Okay, that's great. And what else? Well, there should be a little more distance between sign up and this one. So let's come over here and we'll see how it goes. So I think this is the sign up button, and here now we could do sized box, and then we could do height actually inside this, so we can increase a little bit of height over there. Okay, so let's do like height, say 10h, and we'll see how it looks. Okay, it came down a little more, then I think 20 could be better. All right, okay, and okay, so there is, because these are a little bit of wider than this one, so that's why it looks like that it went down. But anyway, so with this, so far we are good with this. All right, so it means that over here the buttons are working. So here it's still login, and here it's a sign up. Okay, great. So what is our next section? Well, definitely next section we're going to work on register blocks. So we have to build our blocks, and based on the blocks actually we are going to do the registration. So next one would be one more time block, and of course each time we do block we learn a new thing. So next section or next few lessons we'll be learning something new about block as well. Well, now we're gonna go ahead and build our register blocks. Now for this reason, first we need to open up our folder directory over here, and inside this we're gonna declare a new folder and we'll call it block. Let's go ahead and do that. And inside this we are going to create a new file and we'll call it register states.dart, and we'll have like other two files actually. The other one is register events.dart, and then over here we would also do register blocks.dart. But at the same time we also know that inside this we need a register controller.dart. all right, okay, yeah. Well, now first thing we want to do, declare our state variables. All right, now over here we'll have this something, we'll declare a class, and we'll call it register states or register states. All right, and inside this we'll have few fields over here. All right, so the first one we're gonna declare as string over here, and then we'll call it username. All right, and then we'll have a string, what else, email. Okay, string, we'll have a password, and then we'll have a string and repassword, like that. Okay, now of course if you hover on them, they won't know how they are going to be initialized. Either you create the you initialize them now, or you could do them later by using late. Okay, the error should be gone. Or you could also do like this over here, the error should be gone. Okay, so there are a few ways to do that. I know we are not going to do any of these ways, and we'll have a different ways to do it. Now over here I'm going to declare a constructor. So here we do register states, and inside this I could do like this dot username, all right, this dot email, and this dot password, and this dot repass. All right, and with this the error should be solved as well, because by the time we first create an object we'll pass values to them. This is also going to work. All right, and now this is basically a default constructor. The way, I mean, I wouldn't say it's a default constructor. This is the classic way of building constructor. Now in general, if you don't have any constructor, of course Flutter Dart would assign a constructor. Of course in that case it means that you don't have any fields over here. So in general, most of the time the way it works, you can also keep it empty, or if you don't have any fields you just do like this. It also works, but of course we need fields in our case, so that's why we need them. All right, okay, now here, because we are working with the block library, we need to know a lot more about Dart, constructor, parameters, final, const, and immutables, and a lot of those things. All right, now after this, of course this is one way to go, but if we go like this, this is not going to meet our requirements, at least for now. Anyway, so we'll be changing these things very soon. Now here, these are the 4 fields, and they would get value. Okay, and another thing, that these 4 fields are related to this 4 text box over here, or text field, And as we type in previously, we have seen that we can change each of them, and the values are preserved. And of course, you can say, for example, right here A, and then you come back here, write whatever you want. C, you can go back, all right, and you can type in their things, and then you can do also like this, and you could do anywhere anything. So one way to say that we're going to create objects, and then we want to save these objects, and we don't want the objects to be changed, all right, and this is something called immutable. Once you create an object and you don't want to change things, that's called creating immutable objects or immutable class. Now, of course, over here, if you can just simply put final over here, this class becomes immutable, which means that this object itself becomes string as an object. It becomes immutable. And now, if you have in general immutable fields or objects or variables, and you want to make your constructor immutable, because we use a constructor to create objects, then we also have to put const before it. Okay, now with this class becomes immutable. And why you want to do that? Well, one thing, that once we create objects, you want to make it safe, which means that you don't want to change it. You don't want to outside events or outside things, or something happens outside of your class and that change the value randomly. You don't want to do that. You only want the value should be changed using your authorization, or only you want directly in that case. So in general, when you do programming, you have to have a safer mechanism. One of the safer mechanism is that we are going to create immutable classes. Now, to make a class immutable, you have to have two conditions. One is the class, if it has variables. Of course, in general, the classes should have variables. They have to be final. And second, your constructor has to be const. Now with this becomes immutable. Immutable means that you can't change it. Okay, so the opposite of immutable is mutate. This is called immutable. Okay, so mutate means changing randomly, or random change, or if there is a chance that a variable or an object could be changed somehow using outside or outsiders attack, that becomes mutable, and which is not good. And immutable variables or objects are thread safe. This is called thread safe. Thread safe means that if that goes deeper into computing, because applications run on threads. Now some are multi-thread, some are single thread. So the way the processor works, computer processor or mobile processor. So if you somehow your OS decides to change the thread, now if your objects are not immutable, then the object could change. It could change. There is a probability. But if you make your object immutable, then even if the thread is changed but your object doesn't change, then that's called immutable, and this is a safe mode, and this is what we want. And this is also, and why we are learning this thing. Is it related to Bloc? Yes, somehow it's related to Bloc. In fact, if you use a Bloc library, you have to create immutable class, which Bloc suggests, and this is the recommended way to do that. Okay, so that means that once you create an object, you can't change it. So, and to do that, first you have to use final and const modifiers like this, okay? And they would make your class immutable. So with this, we have some understanding of what is immutable, and we'll look more into that. And this idea has to do with Bloc itself. So if you create Bloc classes, it's better if you can make them immutable. All right, okay. Now, of course, previously we have seen, if you see sign in states over here, which was this one over here. Actually, over here we have this immutable class actually, but I didn't talk about it because we are doing so much and learning so much into block concepts, I didn't want to make you guys confused, as there is so much concept when it comes to using block. Now, some of the concepts are not directly related to block, but they are related to block, okay, and they are also related to good programming practices. So over here, actually, this is an immutable class that we created. So this class itself and the objects we create through it, these are also immutable, and they were not changeable. And I'm not sure from this previous aspect you knew that it was not changeable, but I will explain more. And because our classes are immutable, so in general, if you have immutable classes and you want to create more new objects, in general, the good practice is you should use copyWith method. Because imagine if you have before I go that, so here we had two fields, right? Each time we called this one, we are creating a new state. Actually, at the same time, each time we are calling this copyWith method, in fact, we are creating new objects. Okay, if you look back the video right now, you'll see, yeah, that was happening. Because remember, we were doing test from our page over here. We are typing in, I remember, a at a, like that. I was doing a at, and then I was also increasing the letters like that, and I was doing the same for password. In fact, when we are doing that, we are creating new objects. Okay, now, well, why copyWith? Why you just don't do that? Yes, you could do it using this one as well, but here we just have two fields or two variables or two properties. But if you have, say, your class is extremely long or it has many fields, you don't want to create constructor like this. I mean, not constructor, I would say you don't want to create objects like this. That has a downside of time. You'd use more time to do that, and which is also not maintainable. Now over here, this looks like a method, but eventually it returns us an object. Okay, yes, we call a method copyWith method, and we returned an object over here. Now remember, over here we have this optional thing. Okay, within curly braces, if you write variable, these are called optional named parameters. Remember, it says optional named parameter. You have to understand this concept, what is called optional named parameter. Now with optional named parameter, some of the fields, when you call this copyWith method, you can pass some, you may not pass some. Okay, so that's why here it says it could be nullable. Okay, yeah, you can make your fields, I mean when you have this question mark, it means that you don't have to send all the values. Okay, so with this it becomes nullable. Okay, so that's why when we are changing our email or password, we just send one item. If you take a look now, it might make more sense to you guys. Let me show you over here. Yeah, not really. I think I need to call the blocks, sign in blocks, this one. As you see, each time we are triggering event, we are just passing one. That also means that we are just changing one of the items from our sign-in states, the one that we created over here. What is our sign-in states? Okay, right here. Okay, so with copyWith, you just pass one value or the values you need. It doesn't have to be one. It's related to your changes, but it becomes quick. So what we are doing, we are passing just email, but now as you are passing email, this object itself, password was keeping the same. Okay, when you changing password, our email value, we are keeping the same. Now with this, what it did, it took the earlier values and whatever new value you gave using that value, it created new objects. Remember, with immutable classes or objects, you can't change your objects. So what happened, each time we are calling, we are creating new objects. And as we are creating new objects, we are being smart. We were trying to get some values from the earlier object and use them in our new object with the value that we want to change. So the new values were changing or sending from here. So it becomes quick, fast. Okay, well, there are different ways of doing this thing, this copyWith thing. This is one of the preferred way and most probably most recommended way. There are other ways you could do that. We'd also see that later. Anyway, so this is the reason why we need copyWith method. And the another reason we learned over here, which is called immutable. Immutable makes your classes safe, many from different aspects. Okay, and with Bloc you want to make your classes immutable. All right, so these are kind of related concepts. So if your classes or objects are immutable and you want to create new objects based on that, the preferred or recommended way is to go ahead with copyWith object, a copyWith method. Okay, all right, and to know that, you have to know when you call copyWith method, your constructors, they should be optional named parameter. Optional named parameter. Why we said optional named? Because here we are using name to assign value. You could assign to email, you could assign to password, you could assign to any of them. Okay, all right, so that's how you go ahead and work with states. All right, anyway, so let's go to our states over here, which was our advanced. Okay, this guy. All right, okay, so now first we created this immutable objects, and then over here so this class become immutable. All right, okay, now as usual, you also want to create a method that would return us a register states object, but at the same time it is a method that it would be using to return the object. So here we'll call it copyWith. Now over here, usually this is what you want to do. It has to be optional named parameter, otherwise you can't do this thing. All right, let me see, we do have a bit of error over here. Okay, because it wants you to use the values. Actually, I was trying to reformat the code, it didn't work. All right, anyway, so first here let me do return register states. Okay, right. All right, now let me reformat the code if possible. Looks like no, still not. Anyway, so over here, as I said earlier, you have to have this let me remove this, it looks ugly. All right, so I'm gonna just go like this, and then we'll have this, and inside this I'm going to return an register state object. Okay, all right, now inside this I'm gonna return register state. All right, okay, now of course over here this editor is trying to be smart and give me value as I have assigned over here like this. Okay, but of course we're gonna change, and because just now we learned that we could if we want to use copyWith method, and or if we have immutable classes, and based on that, if you want to create new objects, then we have to have this curly braces, which stands for optional named parameter. But anyway, so here we'll have a string, so now we'll make it optional, and then we'll call it username, and then string email, string password. Of course it'll throw us new errors, as we can see, and then string repassword, like that. Now of course here if you hover over on this, you'll get new errors, and here it says either use null checker. Okay, now we are not going to do that. The argument of string cannot be assigned to the string. So the thing is that here these are optional, but here these are not optional. I mean, when you write like this, when you create a constructor using this field, you have to assign a value. But here you are saying that because we are using this values over here, 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 and here, and then we are calling this constructor, and which is actually this one. But this one says you have to have value over here, as you can see. Using like this, it tells you there has to be value when you create the objects. Okay, and this is good actually, and this is safe. Otherwise you will have an error. Okay, any kind of value. Now learning more over here, right? Now how to work with this. Previously we have done it, but I didn't talk much in detail. So over here, the way we are going to do here, you could do like this. Now if this value exists, then use this one. Otherwise, this dot username, whatever the username you had early in your earlier object, get that value and use here. Remember, we are getting this value from earlier object if this is null. Okay, this is kind of the idea over here. Now the same we could do over here, this dot email, and over here the same thing. So I'm going to do like this dot password. All right, and now over here the same thing, this dot password. All right, great. Now I think this is the time we can reformat the code, and which looks a little better. Yeah, better than the earlier states. Okay, so now with this we have only one class for dealing with the states, even though we'll have 4 text fields, and one class is enough, and this way it keeps things concise and more interesting. Okay, now we know why we need copyWith method and why we have to have this so much knowledge to understand. But yes, now over here in earlier states we have seen that if we have sign-in states, we are assigning some new values with them. Okay, new values. All right, and we'll see that this thing a little later. Okay, I mean, when we are doing it, initially we had some values for this, but over here we didn't do it, and we'll see without the initial values how it goes. Okay, all right, now with this our constructor and our register state class has been done, and so next we need to build our register events. Okay, now we get ready and do our register events. Okay, now we have the class ready over here, I mean the file ready. It should be this one, register events, and inside this here I'll have a class, and we'll do an abstract class, and we talked about it, that why we need abstract class, and here we'll call it register event. You should remember why we need abstract class. If you don't, then go ahead and check the tutorial. Now here we could have like this. Now in general, if you have a class and you don't define anything inside this, you'll still have one thing, and which is inserted by Dart compiler, which is the default constructor. Even if you don't write anything, in fact, Dart would give it a constructor, and that would be like register event, like that. Okay, so this is the default one. If you don't give it, it'll still be applied. All right, so we have this one, and we know that this one we'd be using inside a block, the first one. And then over here we would say username event and extends register event, this one. And then inside this here we'll have const username event. This is the constructor that we want. All right. And over here, well, earlier we know that each of the event has to do with each of the field. So when we work on with each of this field, our event gets triggered, and we also pass data, right? Now for username, you want to pass data, and what data is this? And you want to pass data like username. So here you will have username string username, like that. And here inside this we would do this dot username. But of course here you see there is an error. Now it wants you to make it final. Okay, because if you have a const constructor, you have to have a final field. So over here we would do final. And once again, in earlier tutorial we talked about this. If you have field, the fields are final, then you can also make the constructor const, and with this you'd make immutable class. And as I said, that immutable classes cannot be destroyed, I mean the objects, and they would not be destroyed by outsider interactions. Of course they would be collected by garbage collection so that memory is saved, but that happens automatically by Dart compilers, so we don't have to worry about it. Now we can go ahead and copy this and put it here, and here we could say email event, email event. All right, we can copy this and we can put it here, and here just will say email, and then email. All right, great. And right after this, we're gonna copy it one more time, and then over here we would say password event, password event, and here we'll have password, and then here would say password. Of course, we also need to change the name here. Instead of email event, we do password. All right, so with this, we are pretty much ready. And there is another one, the last one for the re-enter password. So over here, we would do say repass, and all we need to do, we need to change the name, and here repass, which makes sense. And with this, okay, ready. So now with this, we have 4 classes, and this 4 class, actually total 5 classes. It would be the initial class that we need to pass one, and then these are for our 4 text fields. So the idea is, if you have fields and the fields that would be changed for each of them, you can set up an event, and that's one way to go. So with this, we are ready. So next we will see how to create blocks. Okay, so now we are going to go ahead and create our blocks. So I'm going to come over here and then do it here. Well, now we know that the way how to do it, things like now we know how to do things like class, register blocks, extend block, not a block provider, and then register event, and then here we'll have register states is the initial one. All right, and then because we are extending blocks, so we need to override, or we need to call the super constructor. Now here we do const register blocks, and then super, and over here we are going to pass our register state, register states. Okay, here we are going to use on method, and first one is user name event, and then we'll register a handler over here, and we can call it user name event, just like this. Okay, now once we are out of this body, here we could do user name event, and of course when we call them, we need to pass the event. So here we'd say user name event, and here we'll have emitter, and inside the emitter we'll have register state. All right, and here we need to do emit, and after that we just call emit register states. Okay, great. And we do look like we still have this issue, undefined username event user. Okay, and this error should be gone. We have this problem, either use const or you don't use const. Either way you still get issues. Now the problem is, you see, if you come over here, there is a constructor for it, right? This is the constructor, and the constructor, they want some values. So that's the problem. That's a very classic problem over here, the one that we are having. It wants some problem, but the way we made our register events, and it's not working, because here it wants values. Because why? You have this 4 as its parameters. So we need to pass these values as an argument, okay, from here. Now we don't want to do that. Now in that case we can make it optional. Okay, so I'm going to cut all of this, and then here I'm going to do like this and then put them. Now with this they become optional, but there are other issues. Now it says either you add required keyword, all right, or we could actually assign initial values to them, just like this, and the arrow should be gone. So these are the initial values. So it means that if you don't give me any value when you call the constructor, in that case give me some default values. So these are the default. Okay, and now with this we still have a bit of issues over here. Username. Okay, well, now another problem it happened because once you have this curly braces over here, now with the curly braces, this kind of parameters are called optional named parameters. Now it became named parameters. Now the problem is, since it's named parameters, and if you call this constructor from anywhere, and if you assign value, you have to use name for them, but we did not. Like here we are calling the constructor again from this copyWith method, but we are not assigning the name to it. If we didn't have this curly braces, and that was fine, but the curly braces means this is called named parameter, optional named parameter, optional named parameter. So you have to assign a name. Now here you could do user name. Now the arrow should be gone, and then here we have to do email, and then here we have to do password. Well, here we have to do repassword. Okay, all right, now they're much better. So you have to understand, now if you go back you will see that arrow is gone because we are not passing any values. So original format over here didn't work. If we didn't pass any value, we have to give it default value, because in Dart or in many other programming language, if you call a constructor, and constructor, if the class itself has fields, like we have fields over here, so first time when you call constructor, that means it creates objects, so you have to assign value to them. So either you could assign over here or over here. Okay, now yes, we can assign value, but if we assign value, that's fine, but we also choose not to assign value from here, so that's why we have to assign it over here. Now as we choose not to assign value from here, these values be assigned or not from here, it becomes optional. Now since it becomes optional, we have to use this curly braces over here, so that's why it's called optional named parameter. And then over here, because we are calling the constructor again, so we have to assign the name. Well, these are names as well actually over here. Now with this error is solved. Okay, and right after this over here we can just go ahead and call the emit, and then state.copyWith. Now first we wanna change the value of the name. All right, now we know that copyWith method over here, if you see the events, not events, states over here, this also has optional named parameter. Okay, these are also optional and a name, so you may pass, you may not pass. Okay, all right, but of course you could ask, well, these are optional too, why we have assigned value over here? Now of course this is not a constructor, this is a method. Second, if you want, you can assign value over here, it's some default value, that's okay. And third, here we are checking if we don't have default values, or if you don't have values passed down, then we can use the earlier values. So these earlier values work more like default values over here. Hopefully it makes sense. So these ideas are same over here. Now this is another reason why I love Bloc in this sense, because with Bloc you get to see the Dart framework, the Dart itself a lot more, which makes your knowledge about Dart very strong. Well, with GetX you may not see things like in so deep. There definitely you get to learn a lot more things. So a lot of the ideas you have to learn. Of course, with GetX your development become very quick because you don't have to take care of things like that. It's easy to do in GetX. But anyway, you can learn both because they have well, with Bloc again you learn a lot more about Flutter and Flutter framework and Dart. With GetX you do things very fast. Anyway, now let's come over here in our blocks. This is the block. Over here with this we just want to pass name to this copyWith method. So here we could do string name. All right, oh sorry, we cannot do it like this. So here name, because that's also optional named parameter. If you see, these are also optional named parameter. So we need to use the name, and then we get the name from our event object, which is username. But of course this should be username, I guess. Yeah, if we see over here username, so the name has to be correct. All right, so with this is the basic setup, and then we can just simply go ahead and copy all this and 3 times. All right, and then here email event, and here we can just say email event. All right, and here we should do email and then email. All right, and here password event. So here password, and I guess here just password. Well, if you write them wrong you'll get a lot of error, or you might see that it's not working. Password. I can copy this and put it here, and then just remove this. So repassword event, repassword. Okay, let's see. Okay, and over here we can also just copy this and put it here. All right, so this is how our registers, our handlers are here. But of course you need to put the last 3 handlers registered with the on method. Okay, all right, now this is email event. We can just copy email event, and then we can also copy this one. Okay, great. And this is password event. Let's go ahead and copy that. Great. And I guess we need to copy it one more time. Okay. All right, and then over here we can copy this event and put it here. Okay, great. Well, with this we are very organized. Our blocks are ready, our events are ready, states are ready. So next we'll see how to use them from register page. So let's get started. Now there might be some background noise, and I'm sorry for that, but I just wanted to continue to record the video. Anyway, so in this section we'll see how to connect the blocks that we have created over here with our register UI. Now the first thing we want to do, we need to find our block providers, and over here we need to inject the block that we created. And of course at the same time you see that I had this app blocks, so I'm just comment this out because I don't need that anymore. And then here we can just call it register blocks. All right, okay. One thing which I should tell you, if you remove this one, uncomment this, then you should also come to main.dart, and in main.dart over here we had some code as my home page. Just to remove those code, and over here also remove the route or comment this out, you should be good to go. Okay, you have to do that first. All right, now with this our register blocks has been injected. Now we need to go ahead and use it in our register.dart file over here. Now once again over here we have this container. Now we're going to wrap this container around BlocBuilder widget, BlocBuilder. Okay, right. And inside this we're going to pass context and state. After that you just to return, and then this is what you do, put your things. But of course you also need to mention BlocBuilder what kind of context it should look up. Now it looks up context based on the block that you created. So what's our block over here? Our block is register blocks, okay. And then over here we also need to mention the state, register states, like this. Okay, and with this your error should be gone. All right, now let's go ahead and run it, and we'll make sure that we don't have any errors over here. Yes, now we can go ahead and work with this like this. Get started. Now over here you have this section where it says that username, and inside this we previously had this section. So just inside this you have to do instead of sign-in blocks you have to use register blocks, and then just go ahead and mention the event name and pass the value. Okay, and I think we have entered twice, so let's fix that as well. Okay, right. And after that over here you do text field. Now this text field also you have to use context.read, and then you could do email event because here we are trying to type in our email. Okay, now after that enter your password. Looks like we have double time, so then password event, and then over here re-enter your password to confirm, like this. Okay, all right. Now yeah, so that's pretty much it. Okay, all right. Now whether we can get event or not, we can verify it one way. And how to verify it? Now inside this register blocks over here you can put some logs like this. So over here you could just simply do print, and then over here you could do event dot username, like this. Okay, all right. And it looks like we might need to convert it to string. Okay, if it doesn't work, then it wants you to use curly braces. Sorry, I mean double quotation, not curly braces. Go ahead and do that. Okay, great, and there should be gone. And the same one we could do here, email, and then over here you could do password, and re-password. Now with this, let's restart one more time, and we'll see how it goes. Okay, get started. All right, now we click on this sign in button, and of course nothing happens yet, but as soon as you start to type in, you type A, and we see that there is A. Well, now here you could do a@a.com. Of course we see everything is there, and the previous object is still there, and then it's being getting the previous object and it's getting the previous value and combining together, and then it creates a new object. And this is what actually I was talking about in register states, as I was saying earlier, copyWith method. So what happens in copyWith method, that it creates a new object but based on the older value and newer value. So right now here the older value is AB. So if I type in a new letter, that's the C. So C is the new one. So it will transfer C for this object, and first thing, everything else would be same, and at the same time whatever is in the state earlier, they would also get that one for this username and put the new one. Okay, so that's how it works. So let's go ahead and put it. We see like this. So it means that, well, everything is working. Okay, and as you can see over here. Okay, so with this we are done with pretty much registration. Okay, well, we are done with the registration, but there's one more thing that, as I said earlier, and we want to deepen our understanding, which has to do with block and Dart programming. So this copyWith method, and as I was talking that earlier, copyWith method actually uses the earlier elements and then creates a new one based on the old and new data provided. And here there is no directly way to prove that, so we'll take it one step further and we'll directly use some Dart code to prove that yes, it works and it is immutable, because the copyWith method, this one, also works with immutable objects or classes. Because we make our classes immutable, so we can't really change them. So only we can borrow some properties from it, and then we can create a new one. So now we do it in a DartPad. So let's open up our browser. Okay, so you can type in dartpad.dev, and then you will see this is DartPad, and this is a very convenient tool for learning Dart. Of course, if you learn Dart very well, that means your Flutter should be good as well, because Flutter framework is based on Dart programming language, and Dart is one of the trendiest language right now, so you should learn that anyway. I mean, you have to learn it because you are learning Flutter anyway. So first we will create a function over here, which is void main, and we know that this is the entry point of any Dart code. All right, now inside this over here we would be calling our objects, classes, whatever we do. So just make sure that we are working and it works. We can type in here hello world. All right, and then let's hit it, and we'll say it says hello world. Okay, all right, it's a bit slow, but it works. Now over here, first we want to create a class, and we'll name it model. You can name it anything, and just any name is fine over here. And then inside this over here we'll have two fields. One is string name, another is int age. While we could also do string address like this. Okay, I want to create a constructor, and over here we do model, and then here we do this dot name, this dot age, and this dot address. All right, okay, let's see. Now the first thing we want to do, we want to create them immutable. So to create immutable, first here we have to use a final for the variables, and final and final. All right, and over here for the constructor itself we have to create const, otherwise it would not be immutable. Once again, making your class immutable is a good programming practice, and this is what you want to do. All right, now of course over here a few of the things we will see that, okay, so I can create a new variable over here, and I'll call it model1, and then over here I could also do model, and then I'm going to type in like this. We are creating an object by calling this constructor over here. So here we could just say the best tech, well, that's 4, and then that's well, here address, say China, because currently I'm in China. All right, so these are the properties that I provided over here, and it looks like, okay, we are missing this one over here. Okay, and the arrow should be gone. and over here we could just simply go ahead and print model one dot name. All right, and then okay, let's go ahead and print it. We'll see that here it says that okay, we do have a bit of issues. Now this is age is int, so it just should be 4. All right, or I could just do 2 because this is my channel 2 years old right now. Anyway, so now we'll see that yeah, the name is printed. Now of course if we could do print model one dot address, then we would also be able to put the address over here. All right, so far so good, and it's very classic way of creating object and print them. Right now imagine I want to create another object based on this one. Well, the other way to go ahead and do that, copy the whole situation and then put it here, and then you could do it model 2, and then age is same. Now for example you just wanna change the name to this one, and then definitely what are you gonna do over here? You can also print them. Now you can print anything you like, and over here 2, so model 2, right? Okay, now let's go ahead and print them. But of course this time we'll see that Divestech China and Dastegate China. All right, now of course over here this part was kind of easy because we just have 3 fields over here. We just directly copied that and used it. But here you see that over here this China thing, actually it's we didn't need to put it here because we are reusing, right? We didn't change it. So this is where copyWith method comes in. Okay, so we'll see that how we do this using copyWith. So if you have, say for example, many fields over here, many variables, and you might have, now if you want to create new objects, so you have to do the whole process like this, copy it and change one by one and check carefully that which one you need to check, which one you need to change, like that. That's time consuming. Okay, so we don't want to do it like this. We want to do it a bit different way. Now over here we want to do with copyWith method. Now here, as I said, that in general copyWith method should return the class type. What is the class type? It's model, or the object is model type. So here first we'll return model and we'll call it copyWith. But by the way, you can call it anything, the method name, it doesn't really matter. And copyWith always takes optional named parameters. So we have 3 parameters. Remember, when you put curly braces, that becomes optional. Okay, all right, now there is another one like this. With this it becomes positional parameters, but with this optional named parameter. All right, so we are using this one, and here now this is optional, so that's why you have to use a question mark. And then over here we're gonna, let me expand this so that we have more space, and then here you do int age and then string address. All right, and over here we do have this. Let me hide these issues. Okay, great. Yes, we still have an error over here because it wants you to return an object. So now here we could just simply return model. Okay, right, like this. Now what do you want to return? Well, of course, before we return, we already learned that you need to check if name exists or not. How do you check it? Use this double question mark. If this name exists, then use that one. Then if it doesn't exist, use the earlier one. Okay, like that. And then the same here is age, this dot age, and then address, this dot address. All right, so the purpose is that we may pass all of them, or we may pass just one, or we may not pass any of them. Okay, so that's the point. So that's why I have this question mark, and with double question mark, it means that whatever is there, if it exists, go ahead and use that. All right, now of course it also looks like a lot of work, but this is a safer way, as well as if you have a lot of fields, only one method could save you tons of times. All right, so over here we are not going to use like this. So over here we are going to use copyWith method. Now remember, copyWith method actually takes the older object first. If it exists, it takes that one and copy the properties from this. So here I'm gonna create a new method, and I'll go new variable, and I'm gonna call it model2. And then here, because model1 has copyWith method, because model1 is the object or instance of this class, and it can access everything, so we can access this method over here. So we call copyWith. Now this time, just like earlier time, we just want to change the name, and so over here we do name, and here we'd say dastagir, just like this. Okay, and that's it. So you see, you don't have to write all of them. Of course, we have seen that early. Now here we could do the print method. Okay, all right. So here we do model2 and 2 here. But of course, if you want, you could also do that print over here, model1.age. You can also print age, and I'm gonna copy this and put it here, and then 2. All right, okay. Now let's go ahead and run it. You see, all right, it's showing up, and looks like it didn't show up. I'm not sure why. So let's go ahead and run it one more time. Okay, now it showed up. First time maybe the network was not very responsive. Anyway, so now over here, this models, the values over here, object value, this is all pretty hard coded, and we can see over here. But interestingly, we see the second one over here. We just changed the name, and everything else stays the same to China, like that. Okay, so what does it mean? It means that it found object 1, and then it copied every information except for this one, because this one you have given a new value, and at the same time it kept the older values as well. So of course, if you want, you can also print them later to just prove that the earlier object 1 has not been destroyed. It's still in the memory. Okay, yeah, of course, you see this time this one printed first model2, where this, and this is model1. Model1 contains the original, the first information that we had. Okay, all right. So hopefully you should be happy how this works after knowing this, because it is very useful, this copyWith method, and it makes a lot of sense. All right, so over here, this is the actual example that it worked here. But of course, yeah, we can also prove like this, the one that it happened here, but you have to do a lot of things if you want to prove that, okay, this object is really there. But this is the idea. Okay, it's really there. Based on that, we create a new one. So we are calling this one, and over here we just say ID, so we'll have a new one. Okay, so it means that the older object was there. Based on that, it added a new one. Okay, so with the new one, we created a new object, whatever we have provided from here. So you can use this copyWith method in your Bloc app, and especially maybe for your text field, which is a perfect example. Thank you. Okay, now after this, we are going to create our register controller, because we've been dealing with register for a long time. Now inside this, here we'll have a register controller. Well, we already have one, so we created the file long ago. Now we are going to create the class over here, and we'll call it register controller. You can name it anything. In general, a lot of people say register logic. Anyway, so over here we'll have only one instance, and build context, and this is the context that would be passing around. And over here, so well, if you hover over on it, you should be able to say this arrow. Either it says use let modifier or use a constructor. So over here you could do const, and then here you do register logic, and then this dot context. All right, okay, so this is what we'll have. And then after this, we are done with this. Now inside this, we can create a method. Okay, now here we'd call it void type, so void handle email register, because this section would be pretty much with
registering with email, so that's why here we'll say handle email register. Now once again, first you're gonna have a variable and you can call it anything, but I'm gonna call it state, and then I'm gonna get the general context, then I'm going to read them. Okay, and then so this context actually would look for the whole build context, but we were looking for a specific context. And what context is that? That's register blocks context, register blocks context. Okay, all right, and then from there we can just simply go ahead and grab the state object, state. All right, and it does look like we have a bit of issue. Okay, Flutter block, and we should be good to go. So with this, you look up the whole context and you try to read the specific one. There could be tons of context there, but you are reading the specific one. And from there, you can access the state variable, and which means that you can access all the properties in the state class. And this is beautiful. So over here, we'll have string username, and here state dot username. All right, so others should be pretty much same as a sign-in controller. So, and then over here, password, state.pass, and then string password, and then over here we'll have state.repassword. And this is pretty simple, straightforward. And a few of the things that we want to check first. So here we'd say username. Okay, here is empty. If it is empty, then we must say that you must type in your username. Okay, and for that one over here we have this toast info widget that we have created. So it's a username cannot be empty over here, and after that we just simply return. Okay, all right, so I'm going to copy this so that we're gonna be quick about them. So over here I'm gonna put it this, and then here we'll say email. Okay, so here we'll say email cannot be empty. Email, well, you could do a lot more validation, but we're just going to be basic. You can also count the number, the length, and everything. Okay, it's just easy to do because these are all string. So just to go ahead and do that. All right, and then over here the same. So enter password cannot be empty. So your password confirmation is wrong, just a little bit different. Your password confirmation is wrong. Okay, like that. Okay, so it's pretty straightforward and simple. Okay, right after this over here we could do one thing. Now we could do try catch clause. So here, just like last time, we had a try catch, and we're going to do the same over here. And then over here we are going to on Firebase exception. We're going to use this class, I think. Yeah. And then over here we can get this catch object, and which will have e as an I think that's a parameter. Okay, all right, and inside this here we could just simply do toast info, and here would say the password provided is too weak, like that. Okay, right. Right, but I think we have to put it actually inside a conditional check. So here we do e.code equal weak password, and inside this we're gonna put this one. Now I'm going to copy this, and then here we do else. If whatever I had copied, I'm going to put it here, and then there are a few things that we can take care. So here we could say email already in use, email already in use. are already in use. So here you can say the email is already in use. The email is already in use. Now if you, well, I'll show you how to get this. I think previously I have done it once. I'll do it one more time. Now, okay, so pretty much go ahead with this and we'll see how it goes. And over here at the top, you have to get this credentials first. And how to get this. And previously we have done it. So here you could do final credential, and then inside this we do await Firebase auth, this one, auth, get the instance, and then create user with email and password. All right, so here of course it wants you to add async modifier. Let's go ahead and do that. So over here we're just giving email address and password, and that's it. Everything else would be taken care of by this function and the API. Now here you see already in use, invalid email, operation not allowed, weak password. So we could do one more one over here, invalid email. Okay, so the last one, say your email is invalid, your email is invalid, your email ID is invalid. Okay, so those are the properties we can use. All right, okay, so that's it. And that now after that we'll check this user object from credentials.user if user exists or not. Okay, all right, or we could do this one, or we could also say not null, which means there is something that we found about this password, about this actually user. So, well, it cannot be null, it's always a true. So here we could do like this, and let's see, if credential static type, then here let's say if user exists. Okay, so if there is a user for it, then here we could do like this, await and credentials dot user. Okay, now of course here we can also tag the user could be nullable and send email verified, this one. So with this you'd be able to send email automatically to this user. Okay, all right, and here we'd also do await, and then here we do credential dot user. Okay, all right, and then you would call the function upload display name, this one, and that should be your username, just like this. Okay, all right, so these are the two things that we want to work. So first you try to sign in, and if the user exists, of course let the user verify, and then if it is verified, then of course display name should be the one that has been there. All right, and after that over here we can just simply put a toast info. The message should be a bit long. It's an email has been sent to your registered email to activate it. Please check your email box. Okay, and click on the link like that. So that's what we want to have, and that's it. Okay, and after that we just want to simply go back to the earlier page. And what is our earlier page? Earlier page is our navigator.off.context.pop. So we're gonna go to the earlier page with this. All right, and that's it. So this is as simple as this one. So first you want to, you get everything whatever has been typed in. And then over here just send the verification email and also display the username so that we can use it later. All right, okay, so because you set the name, whatever the name you have set there, you want to show it in your app, so that's why. All right, so now I'm going to restart the app and so that we look good. All right, okay, and sign up over here. Okay, beautiful. Now of course we also need to sign in page over here. Sign in, because I know it shouldn't be sign in, actually it should be register page, or register page. Actually over here we go to this login register button. Well, in this case actually we want to remove this. We don't want to keep this because this is not what we want. So over here we just simply call our controller, our register controller, register controller, this one, and then here you want to pass a context because we need to pass a context to the constructor, we know that. And then here handle this one, and that's it. And now we do see that we have a bit of issues, so either we can just simply remove this and pass this one, or the one I like with optional named parameter. So I'm going to cut this and then I'm going to put it here like this. Okay, and let's see. Okay, here it did say that it's required. Then in that case I'm going to just add this required, this one over here. All right, now if you come over here, this one, all the errors should be gone. Okay, so now we have this method ready. So once we click on this button, something will happen. Now before something happens, I want to put a log so that we know what's going on. Let's find our controller, and inside this I want to, well, if we see this one actually, and then we'll go back to previous page, right? That means that it has worked. Okay, great. So now over here I'm going to have a new account over here and we'll see how it goes. So I'm going to okay, let me save this, restart, and here I'm going to have this email address. So I do dylan@dbstech.com, and I think that was not, select all, cut, you put it here, and then I'm going to have my name Dylan, and then password, just a random password over here. All right, and then I'm going to sign up and we'll see what we see there. Okay, so far we don't have any response. Over here we do say, okay, you see that it was good and it took us over here. Now it wants us to verify our email address, and this is awesome. Okay, now of course I can try this one first even before verifying. Dylan dbstech, and then 1 2 3 4 5 6. Let's log in and we'll see. Okay, you need to verify. That's awesome. It's already working, so it knows that this one we have already sent for verification. Okay, awesome. But of course this one I think you'd be able to see it in the backend Firebase console. Let's go ahead and check. These I had early, and I'm going to restart it, reload the page, and I already see that this is over here. Great, so it wants me to verify the email, and this is awesome. So over here I'm going to log in as well, I'm in China and I use a Chinese system, so everything is in Chinese over here, don't worry. And hopefully the first one I would be seeing over here as this one. All right, great. So it wants me to click on this, and then over here I'm just going to click on this, and this is the verification. All right, so this is awesome. This is official link from Firebase, of course, and here it says that your email has been verified. And that's beautiful. Okay, great. Now, of course, right now we'd be able to sign in. Now, if you see the sign in method or sign in controller, I think we also have sign in controller over here. So in that case, we'll just see that user exists. That's all we would be able to see. All right, hopefully. So let's go ahead and type in this, click on this. Okay, user exists. This is awesome. That also means that right now we'd be able to go ahead and go to a new page after logging in. Well, this is the next thing we want to do, and after that, actually, we gotta refactor the code again. Now you may wonder these steps. Now these are the things that actually I'm going to do very later in this course, not now, as I want to do this login register first, and this is awesome. We have done this, and we want to go to application dashboard, and after that we're going to do some refactoring of the code and some other little issues that we need to take care of.
Okay, so in this section we'll see how to work with our dashboard page. And first, for working with dashboard page, actually we need to work with our bottom navigation bar. Let me show you how it should look like. Now, for example, if I'm here and well, this should be my another simulator where I can log in and actually go to the home page. Let's see if it responds or not. Okay, yeah, it's working, as you can see. All right, so this should be our dashboard. Okay, all right, and our application page or your home page, actually. So this is what it should look like. So this is what we want to do, and over here, as you see, there are a few bottom navigation bar. And there is a bottom navigation bar, and there is icon. Of course, this page is exciting, and it has a lot of work to do, and we'll also learn tons of new things about Flutter framework. Well, some of them are connected with Bloc, some of them are directly connected with Flutter framework. But anyway, so let's get started. Now, over here inside this pages, I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call it app or application page.dart. Okay, all right, and well, let's see where it is. Okay, here it is. Actually, I made a mistake. First, I think I should have a directory, so let's go ahead and call it application, and then over here I'm gonna just move it there. Okay, great. We're going to create a stateless class, and we'll call it application page, like that, and we need to import the related dependencies. Okay, and great. And after that, we're going to give it a color, and we'll say colors.white. Okay, well, I was not looking for Siri. I'm not sure what she's doing here. Anyway, so let's go ahead and import it. Great. Now, one of the things I want to do, I want to change this route over here. I don't want to keep this route, and instead of having like this here, I want to do const application page, like that. Okay, now with this, when you start our application, default page would be white. Okay, and this would help us to develop and debug fast. Now over here I'll have child, and then we'll have a safe area widget, and after that we'll have another child, and we'll have scaffold inside this, and then inside the scaffold we'll have body. Okay, and for body we'll have a text widget here. I might say home. Okay, all right, and then I can also save it, and we see that, and I'm going to wrap it around center widget. With this, it looks better.
Now we want our app home page first should look like this, and second, since this is an application page, we want everything should be like this. So first we are going to work with this bottom navigation bar. Okay, and of course our bottom navigation bar will have a bit of styling, as you can see. So it does have a bit of styling. All right, now let's come over here. Inside this, we are going to declare our bottom navigation item. Now here I'm going to go ahead and create a variable which I'll say widget, and inside this the widget name is page build page, like that. All right, so and we'll call it an index. I mean, we'll pass an index to it, so that's what we have. And as we pass index, actually we want to get one of the widgets from using this index from a list. So first we are going to define a list over here, and the list would include all the widgets, and here we'll call it widget, like this. And then here we'll declare list of widget, and one of the widgets that I can copy right away is this one. Let's go ahead and do that, and I'll have 5 items over here, as you can see. So I'll have it 5 times. Looks like I was not able to copy that. Let's do it one more time. Okay, all right, and we looks like we also need a lot of the dependencies. Let's go ahead and import them. Okay, we still have error. It would be gone very soon. Okay, well, the second item over here is search, so I'm going to write here search. The third one would be our course section, so let's go ahead and do that. And the next one should be a chat section. Next one should be a profile section. Great. And we still have this error because we need to return a widget. Now here from the list, we'll take one of them using this index. All right, and then we just simply return it. Okay, and the error should be gone. Right, now right away we can just replace this with build page, and then of course we can just go ahead and do 0. Okay, so if you change it to 1, we'll see that it's search page. So now we have 2 things. First, we also need to show the bottom navigation item and change this text dynamically, which means that change this index dynamically, and that actually happens through bottom navigation bar, because bottom navigation bar has an untap function, and that function actually help you change the index. As we change the index, we'll be able to save that index and then put it here. So of course we need to save the changes and trigger the changes as well. Anyway, so over here we'll have bottom navigation bar, and inside this we'll have a list of bottom navigation bar. Let's see. All right, and what else? Okay, let me put it here, and let me get the correct one. So we are inside scaffold. We will have okay, bottom navigation bar, this one. Okay, and it just returns us a widget actually. So we can't have it like this. We'll have to have bottom navigation bar. And now let's see, inside this we need items. Okay, all right, so let's put items. So item has actually a list of items that it takes. That's why we have this. Now over here right now we don't have any items. We're gonna put the items, and the item type is over here, as you can see, bottom navigation bar item. So we're going to copy this and put it here so that we don't need to type. And if you hover over on this, it says that you need an icon, so put an icon, and the only thing it cares about right now is item. Now for icon. Now for icon, actually we are going to use images. Like these are actually images. So, and if it's image, we need to give them width and height. So that's why we do sized box.
and then inside this we'll have width and height. So let's go ahead and do that with, I'm sorry, people are screaming outside, but it's too difficult to get a quiet place, so I'm just going to have to continue. All right, so we'll get a square size icon with this, and then inside this we'll have child, and our child would be an image. So we'll get the images from assets folder, and they're saved inside this assets icons. And the first page, that the first icon I want to show is home page or home icon. All right, now, well, I guess with bottom navigation bar, now if you go ahead and run it, I think we'll have an error because there is minimum requirement for bottom navigation bar. Yes, so here this is, all right, so items length should be at least equal to 2 or greater. Okay, so other thing we could do right away, copy this and put it here. Okay, now we still have this error. Okay, now this error says that every item must have a null label. Okay, so here we have to have a label for this. So let's go ahead and do that. Label. Now what is label? Well, label takes a string type. So here string means just a string, not a widget. So that's a home label, and here we do label, and here we can say, well, the second one I think was a search. All right, now let's go ahead and look at this. Okay, so we already have 2 icons. All right, well, now we have this one over here. You have to know that we are inside safe area, so that's why we have, and you should be inside safe area, which is good. Now how to work with this thing. Now over here inside bottom navigation bar, the first thing we could do elevation 0. All right, and then I think, yeah, that's gone. That's pretty much gone from there. Okay, great. All right, now the first thing we want to do, we want to switch between these 2 icons, but right now this is the default one, but of course this is being the default one. Okay, now to be able to change over here, we have to do few things. There are a few properties that we need to set, and first I said that you will have an onTap function that we need to use for changing the index, because if you print like this, actually you can get the index without any effort inside this onTap callback function. Let's save it. So here you'll see index 0, index 1, so we can easily get the index. So that's the idea, as you can see. Now since we can get the index, we need to save the index, and then we can change it here, right? So that's what we want to do. So we want to declare a variable at the top. So over here at the top we could do like this, int index 0. Now over here we can just simply do index value. All right, and now we're gonna cut this and put it here, and instead of value we could do index. All right, let's save it. Okay, now here we first get 0, and second we get 1. Well, our index changes, but UI didn't change, so that means that we need to trigger UI rebuild. So we could simply just go ahead and do it inside the set state function. All right, now let's save it, but still didn't change. But UI should be changing. It didn't change. The reason is over here. So here you could do index, so the new value would be updated there. All right, now do that. And another reason is that we have to change this. Let's see. So the home section, we are supposed to see the home text,
and search section, text. All right, and yeah, it's working. But if we restart it, okay, home, search, home. Okay, great, it's working. So right now we are able to toggle between them, toggle between these items. All right, so that's the first thing that we did. Now there are a lot of stylings that we could do with them over here, so we need doing the styling. And apart from that, I think we also have another property that we need to set, which is called currentIndex. Actually, we also need to work on that, otherwise we might have error. CurrentIndex equal the index, whatever that is being changed. Okay, this is the one that we set. And okay, now we can also go ahead and copy this and put it few more times over here. So we see that we have 5 of this, and it's already working. And each of them, they show a different text label. So which means that if we have a widget, we'd be able to show it at the top. Okay, now there are a few properties that we need to change first, because you see it goes up and it looks ugly. We don't want it to go up. For that reason, we're gonna set here a type. So that's called bottom navigation bar type fixed. All right, now you see it doesn't change. Wherever you go, it stays the same. All right, so that's been working. Now show selected labels. There's another property, we can set it to false. Show selected labels, false. So the one is being selected, don't show the labels. Okay, now it's still ugly because it's like something is missing. So over here we could do unselected labels. This is also false. Okay, so all of them are gone. And I think the color, we can also toggle between the colors. So set the color. So here selected item color, and here app colors dot primary element, the first one. Okay, let's go ahead and change this. Okay, it looks like our primary element didn't take effect. We'll check that. And now here there is also unselected item color, this one. So app colors dot primary this one, fourth element text, this one. Okay, now let's check it. Okay, let's work with this one over here. Okay, so our item color should be changing, but looks like it's not changing. Okay, so now we're going to work with this icon color. Now the reason is because if you hover over on this, there are a lot of properties that I wouldn't say a lot of, actually a few more properties that we need to set up. The first one is here, it says that you see the active color, and that's also a widget. So we're gonna switch between color. Now over here we have this icon. Well, that's fine. And right after it, we can also set up active color. So let's go ahead and do that. So active icon, actually not active color. And over here we can also set image.assets, this one. In fact, we can just simply go ahead and copy this and put it here. Okay, and actually not like this, put it here. Okay, great. And inside this we can set up a color. So let's do color and app colors dot primary element like this. Okay, all right, and now let's see. Okay, all right, so now this is the problem. If this is the active one, let's go ahead and restart it, and if we see, most probably this is the active one. Now of course you go there, it changes, but it is way too big. So how to solve these issues? So what we could do, we can cut this one more time and wrap it around another sized box widget, and I think that would solve the problem. Sized box, just like the earlier one, and then here we'll have child like this, and we can also copy this section over here and put it here. Save it, and you see that it changed. Now we can toggle between the colors. So this is the way to go. All right, now that's it. So that is the first section. Now we can go ahead and put it right here, right after this again, and that would be our another active color. Now of course this is the time we change the icons. So over here, I think the icon that I'm going to use is called a search, a second icon actually, and then it is the same here, search 2. Let's go ahead and save it. I think it changes, and as you can see now we are already able to switch between the icons. Now over here, the third one, here is icon that's called a play circle 1, play circle 1, and then here we could do play circle I think circle CLE, play circle 1, and just like this, CRICLE. Okay, play circle. Oops, looks like we do have an issue. CRCLE. Typo is always the problem. Okay, right. And over here, well, we had this play circle. Let me come over here. Okay, so far we're doing good over here. Now in this case, what I've had copied already, so actually this sized box, actually we can copy the, well, let me copy this one. This is better because it is the color set inside. Okay, I think this is the wrong name over here. We'll fix that. We don't want to do it for that one the same. So let me change this and put it here as well. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, we can. So this one, of course, not. It was anyway. It's not supposed to be home. So here we had home and search. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead for course. I think I defined it as a course over there, so I'll keep it as a course, and then here I'll keep it as chat actually. So that should be our chat icon. And image should be over here, the image that we are going to use, message circle, I'm not sure why I spelled it wrong. And here it's the same thing, message circle. Let me save it. Okay, it works. Oops, anyway, I should have changed it here because that's not message circle. But anyway, we'll go ahead and copy that and put it here first, and put it here as well, and here should be message CRCLE. Okay, great. Let's see if we can toggle. Yes, right. And this is the last one that we want to work with. And over here we can call it profile, I guess is better. And then over here there is a photo in this icons folder. That's called a person. Okay, like this guy. We can copy one of this, and then we're gonna put it here. Okay, great. And one more time, it should be person 2. All right. Okay, great. Okay, so everything is right now clickable, and we are happy with this. Now let's see over here. Okay, everything is fine as we expected. Yes, great. All right, and we also need to work on this section, the top section, as you can see. Right, there's a bit of like if you come over here top, we have a little like a line, so we have to work on this. Now how do you work with this? To be able to work with this, we can actually wrap this bottom navigation bar over here inside a container, and then we return from there. So I'm going to cut this one, and then I'm going to do a container, and then the child is the bottom navigation bar. Let's put it, yeah, it works. Okay, well, bottom navigation bar just needs a widget. It didn't really say eventually. Yeah, it needed a bottom navigation bar, but it could wrap around another widget as well, so that's why it works. Now here we're gonna define width and height for this. So 375.w, and height over here say 58.h, and then here we could do decoration and box decoration, and this is where the style would be used. Okay, all right. Now, well, definitely we don't have any line over here. That's the line that we want to create. Okay, and so the first thing inside this we could do is do a box shadow, and a box shadow, and then colors.gray, which we always do, with opacity 0.1. all right, let's save it. Okay, well, it's not very obvious, and let's give it a color over here. So we'd give it a color, and app colors dot primary element, this one. Okay, so there is a line, I think it's already a little bit visible. Well, if you do compare, I think there should be a line here that's already visible. Okay, but that's not too visible, so we could do a little more work with this so that it becomes more visible. I think the rest of the work we could do is over here defining like radius, spread radius, blur radius, and let's save it. Okay, so this time it is more obvious. As you can see, earlier it was not, but now this line and this line, they are very clear. Okay, and there's this problem, you see it stretches until the end, but this one doesn't. It stops here. It doesn't, it goes up to the very end. Now for this reason, actually over here we could do border radius dot only, top left radius dot circular 28.h. so top left, so you see already it changed over here, and that's good. Now we want to change it here as well. Let's do that. Okay, so here top right and radius dot circular, and we do 20.h. Okay, so now it's more like the one that we wanted, and everything is working pretty well as we expected. Where is the other simulator? Let me work on this. This hidden there, I guess. Okay, all right. It's beautiful. So far, so good. Now, this is the safe area that we have seen before. Now here, so far, we didn't use any block to do that. Everything is happening inside the same page, so we didn't need to have block. We'll see if we need to use block in future for this one. All right, great. Now, after this, actually, we want to take care of routing. Earlier, we took care of all the block providers. Now, yes, we have few routes, and like application route should be here actually, and the first welcome route. So we'd be working on routing, and then we'd be also working on the home page, where not home page actually, welcome screen or welcome or onboarding screen, that you, if you boot up your app, you always see that, but you don't need to. You just see onboarding screen only once in your app lifetime. If you reinstall the app, then you get to see it again. So we'll also work on that one, and after, when we're done working those things, we'll be working on our home page. So, as we said, we're gonna take care of the routes first. Now we're gonna go ahead and create new folder inside our common folder, because routes would be used throughout the whole app. So for that reason, here we are going to create a directory, and we are going to use this routes name as a folder. I'm not sure what I've done over here. Okay, yeah, it's true, it's a routes folder. The just icon looks strange, but anyway, now we're here. I want to create some files. Okay, first one is routes.dart, and the other one is names.dart, and then the others are other one is pages.dart. Okay, for now this three should do the work. Okay, right, I'm going to close others. We need a main anyway. So now over here in our routes, we actually want to define some class, define some paths over here. So that should be our routes name. So here we'll create a class, and here we'll call it AppRoutes, and then inside this we are going to create some static properties, const, and that is initial route. Okay, so that would refer to our home page. All right, so over here we'd say home page. All right, so next we would do for, so here one thing, the home page here, I mean by actually welcome page or onboarding. All right, now later on we could also do our application page. So here we'll have static const application, and we'll name the actual route as application. All right, then we could also have our routes for, so far we have done sign in, so sign in page. So here we do static const sign in, and here we're gonna call it sign in. All right, and the last one so far, register page. and we're gonna name it register static const register. All right, okay, great. So we have this 4 routes so far, I believe, so we're going to work with this. Now over here we're going to define all of our routes, all of them, one by one. Now inside this we want to create a list where actually we'll have our routes and our block provider. They're connected. Now previously we have our block provider, I think inside this pages over here. Actually this is not the right place to do that. Well, I was doing it just for convenience, but as our application is changing, getting larger, a lot of the things will change eventually, and we'll restructure a lot of the things. Anyway, so inside this we want to have our routes as well as, well, these are the routes names, right? But we have to bind them, our page and block, our routes and block, we have to bind them, because the good practice is, in general, you should have one route, one block, and that's where we want to connect them. And if you go to the main.dart over here, these are the routes and our blocks are here, so they are not together, right? So we want to unify them in one file, so this way we'd get more organized. So this is where we want to do it. Now first we are going to create a class inside this pages, and it might not make a lot of sense, but I'll go ahead and create one, and then as we work on this it'll make more sense to you. But the idea is we are going to unify our block provider, unify block provider and routes and pages. Pages here I means your screen names, okay? Those are the things. All right, so those 3 things we're gonna unify. Now these are like 3 items you can think about, so we need to create a class. This class will hold 3 objects, and then using these 3 objects we'll create an instance. So from that instance we can either access block provider, the route's name, or related pages. If you come over here, register states, it would make more sense. You see all this 4 fields actually we unified using a class inside a class. Yes, we could have done it without a class, and that would be a lot of bipolar code and a mess. We don't want to do that, so we unified all these fields together using a class, and then we call the constructor, and constructor creates a new instance, and we can access each of them from any instance, each of the fields using the instance. Okay, so right now we're gonna unify block provider, routes and pages. This may sound a little scary, and the idea is a bit abstract, but this is good for our code structure. Anyway, so here we do string. Now string could be our route actually, okay, or path. All right, and over here our page, we have page, right? So that's our widget, and then we'll have block. Okay, now block itself is dynamic. Block, I mean block provider actually, but I'm going to keep it as this. And we do see that we have, okay, now it wants you to create, either you initialize them if you want to use them, or you go ahead and create a constructor. So that's what we would do, and we know that. So here we do page entity, and then here we'll have required, and this dot path. All right, yeah, required this dot, sorry, that was page, not path. I think I want to do here route first, and then page, and then required this dot block. All right, okay, so this is the constructor we have. All right, and then we'll have this format over here. All right, like this. Now here you could just go ahead and remove that. Now of course it will throw an error. Now we have this issue. Why? Now of course we could just simply go ahead and remove this braces, and it should be I think it should be good. And let's see, we still have the braces over here. Okay, that's one way to go. All right, so we remove them and it just worked. Okay, well, this is one way to go, and this is fine as well, because that means that we have to pass all the properties when we create one of this instance. Okay, this is one way to go actually, and this would work as well. And or you could also create like using required, the one that we have this early over here, like this. Okay, now here the problem is we learned that earlier, that this one is optional, right? Optional named parameters, or this constructor becomes optional named constructor. This one actually, the parameters are optional, because whenever you say this curly braces, they are optional. That means that you may send one of these properties, you may not. Now this creates the problem actually. You over here, you are saying that they're optional, but they don't say it's optional, and that's why it says the parameter route cannot have a null, cannot have a value of null. The problem is, once again, because over here you didn't say that they could be null. Yes, you could also do like this to get rid of. All right, okay, so this is the other way to go. All right, so there are many options that you could do. Or there is another suggestion from it. If you see, it says, well, you can also add required, even though you say this is optional, but you force it to be required, which means you have to pass. Okay, yeah, that's what you say. But of course here you could also tag required. Now of course this is dynamic. What is dynamic? Dynamic means that it could be null, it could be non-null, which means not null, it could be anything. So that's why it doesn't mind whatever you use. Right, so right now we understand the error, that how to solve this. So there are two ways to solve this, actually three ways. First, either you put this one like question mark and remove required, that works. Or the other one is you can also use required and remove them, that works. Or you remove the curly braces and remove this, that works as well. Okay, but whatever it is, here we are being a little bit strict. What is the strictness? We are saying that we must need this. Okay, all right. Now the way we are going to design our program here, the type is dynamic. We can't really make it any certain type, because block provider, the type, it doesn't really return block provider. It returns a very strange type. So later down the road, when you work with this class and entity, and as I said that we want to unify everything together, that's not going to work. And maybe it's difficult to understand for you the way I'm working right now, but soon it would make sense. All right, so this is what we have, and hopefully we'll learn new things, because I said that the error we had over here, we can solve it three different ways. All right, so I choose to solve it this way. All right, and now after this, since we are done with this, we can also go ahead and declare a list. You may wonder what kind of list is that. Now let's go ahead and do it. So over here we'll have a list static type, and well, here first I will declare a class over here. Actually, the class name is, I think, AppRoutes, this one. Okay, great. And inside this, here we'll have list, and the list would return page entity type object, and then we'll call it routes, and then we'll just simply return like this. Okay, all right. Now inside this, we're going to create a lot of objects using this class, which is called page entity.
So let's go ahead and do that. Page entity. And the beautiful thing about this one, we made them first, we made them required and also named parameter, required optional named parameter. So the names are here, so you know where to put certain routes and how they should go, and the order as well. All right, okay, great. Now the first route over here, that is our initial route. And how do you get that? Now over here we had this AppRoutes class. Okay, all right, I think we need to change this name, otherwise they're going to conflict over here. Well, here I can just go ahead and do app pages actually, otherwise they would conflict. Okay, great. Now we have this class AppRoutes, and from it I can get initial. Okay, now that's the first one, which it should be string type, and this is string. And with this over here we also have welcome class, we know that. And let's see, let me see over here. Oh, of course it's not there. And we have a bit of issues. It's not a function, I think. Yes, right, actually. And we put const modifier and here. So here we are going to create BlocProvider, and then inside this we'll have builder. Well, sorry, not builder, that's the create property, not builder. And here we don't have any context for it. And over here we can do welcome block, this one. All right, the error is gone. Now with this is what earlier I was saying, this class would unify BlocProvider routes and pages. So here is our routes, here is our page, and this is our provider. All right, okay, great. Now one thing over here, if you hover over on this, well, it didn't say anywhere like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and click on this. All right, so over here you see that BlocProvider, it extends, of course, class where it says that it extends eventually single child stateless widget. That's what it extends, single child stateless widget. So the problem is we can't really have a type over here, single child stateless widget. If you have one and try to inject, we'll have a lot of errors, and I mean we just won't be able to compile. So that's why the type is dynamic. You might wonder, you can just go ahead and use this type. Eventually this is the type. No, we can't. And another reason is because earlier here you see we have this BlocProvider class. Sorry, not this one. BlocProvider is the one that we created, this one. Okay, we have a getter for this. All right, now of course we are going to just remove all of this. Once we are done with this page, we don't need that one. Okay, all right, now inside this you can't return something like called the one that we have seen over here, single child stateless widget. It just doesn't work. Okay, so that's the problem, and because of this reason over here the type is dynamic. Now someone can say dynamic is actually not very safe. Yes, that's true, but in our case we know that for this field we are always returning BlocProvider, and we confirm about that one. So during runtime we'll not have any error because we know this field is always BlocProvider, nothing else. No int, no other custom object, no string, nothing. It's always a BlocProvider type. So that's why dynamic is still safe in this case. Okay, great. Now with after this we can just copy, and then here, oops, So let's go ahead and copy that, and we're gonna put it a few more times. And I know here's a lot of concept, but that's how you learn. I mean, if you don't understand, go back, replay. Anyway, so here we can have our sign in page, and here we'll have sign in, and then sign in block, sign in block, this one. And here we'll have register and register, and it looks like we have to import it. All right, and register block. All right, okay. And I think the names are not unified. It should be block or blocks, all of them, so I'm going to change them anyway. And right here we'll have application. All right, okay. Now there's this problem. If you want to unify this one, application itself, now we might not send this. If we don't send this, we'll have error. So this one we can't have it as required, and the error is gone. Now we'll see that whether it runs without. All right, so in next section, actually we need to create another static function. So we'll loop through this list, and we're just gonna use and grab this. Okay, grab this one, this provider, and separate them. One way, first to unify them, then we'll separate them, because sometimes you just want to access the providers, you don't want to care about other properties like routes and pages. Okay, so that's why we would be separating them as well. And when you separate them as well, I'm going to talk about this type again, because I guess it didn't make a lot of sense. Here we'll do it one more time. So here I'm going to create a class, a function that's static type, and return type is the objects inside the list would be dynamic. And then here I'm going to say all providers. Okay, this one. And then here we'll build context and context. All right, and then we're gonna just return like this. And of course here you need to return, otherwise you will have errors. Okay, so first we're gonna create a local variable, and it would be a list of dynamic type, and then here we would say BlocProviders. I think all BlocProviders makes more sense. All right, dynamic, and it's an empty list. First it's an empty list. All right, so now here we're going to create a for loop, and inside this here we'll create a variable, and here we'll say block, and then we're gonna get everything from our routes over here. Let's see, routes, this one. Okay, let me check. So we need to remove this because they are all in one class actually. Okay, well of course we can't access this like that. In that case, here we don't want like this. We can wrap this around. Well, the error says that you have to use a class name to do that, but I think that would confuse us. So here I'm going to do routes. We create a method, and the method would return us a list, and this way it still work. All right, great. And we don't need this. Okay, great. Now over here, if you see, well, now if we hover over on this, it says instance members cannot be accessed from a static method. Now because this is a class, and this becomes a static this becomes actually a function, right? But this is not a static function, but this is a static function. So that's what it causing the problem. Either I remove static from here or I add static from here, because if this is a member of this class instance, you can't, that's what it's saying, that you can't access them inside another static. So static and static may work together, but static and non-static, they don't work together. So that's the problem. So here I can just simply go ahead and put static, and the error should be gone. Okay, we are good. So once you are a static member, and you could be inside another static member or static property, that's fine, but non-static can't be inside static. Now static and non-static we'll be talking a little later more. Let's go ahead and finish and combine all of them together. Well, there are a lot of concepts actually to cover. Okay, so since we are inside this for loop over here, we can just do like this. Now we have created a list over here, BlocProviders, and then here this is a list, so we can add them. What are you gonna add? You're gonna add over here block, BLoCk, block.block. That's it. And after that you just return over here BlocProviders. That's all. So what's happening over here, actually we are getting access to this member function, which is actually routes function, named it, and we know that it's a list, so we access all of them and go through the for loop. So as we go through the for loop, we have each class we have as our element, or an instance actually. So after that, what happens? We take each of them and put them in the list. Now of course over here, what we put in the list, we are putting actually our block provider. Now here it becomes interesting. You can say, can you have block providers here? Let's do that. And can you have block providers here? So that's what happened. But you may ask why you don't create the type of block providers here, and then it's much better, and then you don't have to do dynamic. Yes, I know this is a very common question, but I'm gonna answer it a little later, because even if I do it right now, it won't make a lot of sense. But anyway, what we have done over here, return all the block providers. Okay, so return all the block providers. So we are in a list. Now with this, what's the benefit right now? So if you come over here in our main.dart, actually here we could do like this: app pages dot app pages dot, I think we need to import it. Let's go ahead and import it. App pages dot routes or dot all BlocProviders. Okay, no, yeah, it's still fine, but instead of homepage, now if you set one initial route, which you can also set, and then we know that our initial route is like this. Okay, we know that. Okay, now you go ahead. So there are problems again, so we need to solve this one. So if no route is provided using home, I mean, you can provide one using home, that's okay, but what happened to the other routes? You could do one using home, but now what would be our other routes? So that's the problem. Here we could do welcome, and I guess we need to import it. I removed the library. Okay, good, but yes, it works. Click on this and it doesn't work now.
because it's missing other routes. So it says that couldn't find a generator for route settings sign in, and this gives us a hint, few things to learn over here which we'll be using very soon. So here route settings actually takes a route name, and at least that's what we see. We don't know the null yet, so couldn't find a generator for route settings. So route setting needs a generator. What does it mean? It needs something that generates routes for it. Yeah, I wanted to go to that page, but I can't. And where is this coming from? If you go to welcome, this class over here, here we'll see interesting thing. Let me see. Okay, where was it? Over here. All right, you can hover over on this, and here there are a lot of things that we could learn. Okay, well, I do see that somewhere here it says onGenerateRoute. Okay, now if you have patience, you can go ahead and read all of that. That's fine. And let's see if we can grab something from here. We are looking for a word which is called generate. One more time we say this. Okay, generate. Okay, so here if you read carefully, it's telling you that, okay, you are not providing your routes like this, that's fine, but then how do I find the routes? Tell me, how do I find the routes? Now, of course, tell me how do I find the routes. This one to Flutter gets triggered when you click on a navigator object. Okay, once you click on a navigator object, this how do I find the route, this question pops up inside Flutter framework. You have to give it a mechanism to find the routes that we don't have, because we just blocked everything over here. Now, well, what we said we want to combine routes, pages, and our block provider together. So we have to generate our own routes if you don't go ahead like this. But of course, you can put all of this together here. That would also work, but we'll have a lot of routes, so we don't want to do this. We just still want to maintain our unification. Okay, so with this, it tells us that go ahead and generate your own routes. Okay, and then use also route setting properties. You have to generate route and you have to set them. Two things. Okay, so our next step is go ahead and generating routes. Now it may sound a little bit of scary, but actually it's not that scary. First, you have to understand why we are doing this. But since we have the idea what is called generating route and why we need that, then it would be much easier. So I find learning from errors or analyzing them actually a good way to work. Okay, it makes our understanding much better. All right, so we'd be learning a little more about generating routes as we work on them. So the first thing, we want to generate our routes. So let's go ahead and generate our routes. Now we're going to generate our routes over here. We're going to have another static method, and over here we are going to return something called MaterialPageRoute, and we'll give it a name, generate route settings. Pretty much this is the name, and we'll have route settings, and we'll have an object called route settings. You can name it anything. Okay, so these are the two things. Now some of you might be familiar with this. Okay, well, of course it says that a modal route that replaces the entire screen with a native adaptive transition. So it's a modal route. If we have this one, it would replace the entire screen with the new one. That's what it says actually. And here it says that, you see, for Android, the instance transition zooms in and fades slowly. I mean, how it transits, that's what it's for. iOS, it slides in left and right. That's what it says. All right, and so that's what we have a little bit. So we are returning something that would cover our entire screen. Okay, this is the first idea. So route a model. So this is the model that covers the entire screen. Model that covers entire screen as we click on navigator object. That's the first new learning, and we love it. So here it needs route settings object, okay, and this also we see that. So first you have to generate route, and then you also need the settings object, and they actually work together, and pretty much there is no alternative, so they have to work together. All right, so here we'll see if settings, all right, settings dot name is not null. And what is that? We'll look at a little more quickly very soon. Is not null actually. Okay, great. If it's not null, okay, let's go ahead and create a variable. You can call it anything. I'm going to call it result, and we'll get this routes function, the one that we created early. Routes. I think our route function is like this. Now it returns a list, we know that, and then we can access the function where it says where. That means that we can access each of the element, each of the item, each of the instant. So this is a list. List has a where function, and you can loop through them. So you can understand it's more like a for loop, and each of the elements or page entity is represented by this element word. We get that one, and then here we get the element, and then we have this route inside. Okay, all right, so here we will have this settings dot name. Okay, great. So what's gonna happen over here? So it returns a list actually over here, as you can see. If you use this where function, you can hover over on this. Okay, so if you use where, eventually it gets you like this. Okay, all right. Well, of course here it says it returns, it's the returning type is iterable. So I mean, we can talk about this, but it's a lot of talking. So if we have a list like this, and then if you do where function, it returns the results like this. Okay, so that means that we're working on this. So we have inside this, we have page entities, and then we do where, and inside this you can put condition. This is our condition. This condition might not make a lot of sense, but it would. Okay, anyway, so here we check if route name. So we have a name for our page entities inside route property. If route name is equal to settings.name, and what is this? Now for this one to understand, we need to come back to our welcome.dart over here. Now we know that welcome.dart over here, as we click on this, actually, as we click on this, or this function gets triggered, I would say that, or this object gets triggered inside this onTap method, then somehow this function would get triggered. This is a function, and so it's a callback function. We pass an object to it. The object is settings. Now as this gets triggered, it would get the name from here. This is the name. Okay, so this name would be passed over here inside this settings object. Okay, as it gets triggered, then we can actually check, loop through it, say whatever name you have grabbed from here, you send down here, and then compare if it exists in your list or not, in this list, if it exists or not, if it matches any of them. Okay, so that's what actually is happening. Okay, so here check for route name matching when navigator gets triggered. This is the idea. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. All right, okay, and that's great, awesome. And after that, you can just simply return well, first we're going to do a little bit of check if result is not empty. Is not empty, this one. If it is not empty, then we're going to return something. What is it? We're going to return our MaterialPageRoute. Return MaterialPageRoute. And well, inside this it takes a builder. we don't need to pass any context because we already have a block for that assigned to it. So inside this here we just simply return result dot. Okay, whatever the result, you get the first object. If it matches the result, if it matches, it'll return a lot of things, right? So we just want the first matching. So that's why we say first, and then we get the name property from it, sorry, the route property. We return that one. Okay, and then here we also have settings and settings. Okay, and let's see, we still have a bit of error. Okay, now what's this error? String isn't a widget as required by the closures context. Okay, so the problem is we don't want to return a route, we want to return a page actually, because if you hover over on this, it says that it requires something called widget. So we have to return a widget. So I should not return a route, sorry. It has to be page, right? Okay, great. Because page is widget type. If you see over here, page is widget type. Okay, great. So inside this MaterialPageRoute, you have to return a widget, otherwise it's just not going to work. Well, if it is not empty, then we do this. What if it's empty? If it is empty, you can also set default one. Okay, well, there are many ways to set. Now here, either you could just simply return from here, or we can just return one from here, and that would be any kind of page that we want to return. MaterialPageRoute, and then over here we could also simply just return sign-in page. If we can't find anything, it could be one of the options to go ahead with, and then settings. Okay, great. All right, so if you come over here, well, we already talked about it, and then we also know that, well, contents are defined by builder, which means that over here you have to return a widget. So that's it. Now we have this one. Now we need to bind this one when our app boots up. And where to do it? We have to do it in main.dart over here. So inside this, I think there should be a property onGenerateRoute, this one. So basically it tells you generate routes for me, and then here we do app pages.generate_route settings. That's all. You don't need to pass anything to it actually, and that's it. So let's restart our app, and this time it's going to work because we have removed everything, and we'll remove welcome one more time. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, yes, it works. At least first we don't have any error. Now let's go ahead and do this and go to sign in page. So it means that it's working and our routes been generating. You can of course log in or click on this. So that's another route that should be generated, and looks like it's not working on click, and we'll see why. Okay, so well, looks like we have a problem over here. Now one thing we could do right away, because we already have this generate routes over here, now we can use this for our debugging purpose. Now as I said, that every time we click on a route, which means that navigator.off.context, that gets triggered, and that helps us to actually debug. Now why and how it can help us? Because once we click on an object like this, or an object like let's come over here one more time, navigator.off.context, this navigation gets triggered, as I said earlier. So this function gets triggered actually, which we already have bounded with our inside main.dart file. So this gets triggered, right? And it also grabs the route name. Of course, it gets the route name from your parameter argument over here, this kind of argument. It gets the route's name from there. So whatever you put over here, it get that one and pass down to here. So well, so that means we can get it, and if we can get it, we can compare over here, print log. Okay, so here I could say print. Okay, all right, route. Okay, so here is valid route name. All right. Okay, so here we could do result dot or instead of result, whatever the route name is there, we can also grab that one, name. Okay, and so that's one. And over here we could do this one is for invalid route name. So this is going to help us to debug. And over here we'll just say invalid. So, well, if it doesn't fall to this condition, we think like this could be invalid, okay? Because it couldn't find inside our list over here. So let's restart and we'll see how things goes. All right. Okay, so the first route name is valid over here. It could find it from there. It can find it, as you can see, which means that our routes for welcome, which is our initial route, it could find it automatically after being generated. Then let's click on this. Okay, well, of course there are no routes here. Okay, now the first thing we see that it says our route name is invalid over here as well. Sorry, it's invalid, not as well, it's invalid. So it couldn't find a route name like this. I mean, it passed down the route name, sign in. It got this one and passed it down here and couldn't find it. So okay, we see there are some problems, and as well as if we click on this, it says it's also invalid. All right, now where this invalidity coming from? Now look at this route. So all of our routes are defined here, right? So definitely we see that here we say sign in and here we say sign underscore in. So that's first problem. Now I'm going to go to this welcome route, so I'm going to change this one in. Now let's restart and we'll see how it works. So let's click on this, click on this, click on this, and we do see that here it's sign in. Okay, this time here it still says invalid. Now that could be the problem of the slash, okay, because here we have slash and we don't have slash here when we are calling it from here. So let's restart it one more time and we'll see how it works. Okay, all right. Okay, now this is a valid route name. Okay, and this is a valid behavior. Remember, even though just now it was invalid, but we still came over here. That's because our invalid route also lets us to go to sign in page. It's more like 404. Well, I couldn't find anywhere so go ahead there and sign in. Of course, you could also design a 404 page. That's fine as well. Okay. Well, here I'm not going to do that. If you want, you could do that. You can say you are invalid, whatever you want. Anyway, so that's right. And now if you come over here, now we hit invalid route one more time. And where is this coming from? Of course, this is coming from our inside over here. So here it says register. So this name is invalid. Why? Because it couldn't find it here. So because here there is a slash. So let's go ahead and put a slash, and I think we should be good. All right, let's go ahead and try now. Okay, all right, let's go ahead and check that. Okay, so for valid everything coming here is also valid, so we come to our registration page, and that's beautiful. Okay, so that means that so far we have worked very hard and learned a lot of things about routes, block, and pages combination, and as well as what is called generating route settings. Actually, this is called onGenerateRoute. Okay, now of course I'm going to remove that. We don't need this, it looks ugly. Also remove this one. Let's see if we can format the code. Well, it's after formatting and everything looks clean. I'm going to remove all of this and remove all of this here. Okay, now there's another thing that we have done so far, but actually we did not use. What is this? Now, well, we have this few pages over here, routes and pages. A lot of time you just want to import one name, not both name, so this way it keeps things clean. So over here we could do export. Okay, and then
Inside this, we can mention what you want to export. So here we say pages.dart, this one, and then export. I guess we also have the other one is routes itself, routes.dart. Is it routes? Let me see. Yeah, routes. Okay. And sorry, it should be names.dart. Okay. All right. So these two actually work together. So we just import this name, and this way it would be clean. Now we are here, and let's check over here. So instead of route pages, we can just also import routes. Okay, and well, we have two darts. Remove that. Okay, great. So next time, whenever you want to use this and this together, just import this file. With this over here, it will look more cleaner. So that's the point. A lot of the things will be working more as we work on these issues and learn more and more. So with this, we are pretty much ready, and we're working pretty well. Now, of course, right now we can't access our application page because we have this block thing that we need to work. Okay, all right. So our next step should be working on this block and create a block for our application page. And that's a good learning, because we already saw how set state works, because here we are using set state to trigger. Okay, so next we need to build a block for this. And how do you work with this? And it's actually pretty easy. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to come over here, and inside this I'm going to create a folder, and I'm going to call it block. And then here I'm going to create a class, a Dart file, appbloc.dart, and then over here app events events.dart. I think, let me rename this. All of this I guess we did as with plural, which sounds better. So I'm going to refactor over here, so it is blocks. Okay, and then over here another one, create, that is app blocks, this one. Blocks, well, it says it exists, so we are missing states. So let's go ahead and do that. Great. So first we're gonna define our state over here. All right. Okay, now we know that for state itself, we can just go ahead and create a class, and here we would say app states. Okay, and I think we just keep it simple like that. And we can create an, yeah, just, well, this is our app state class, and over here I'm going to have this class, and inside this we are going to declare a variable, and here we'd say final int index, since we are going to deal with index, so that's why we'll have this one. And then we can declare our constructor. Here we do const app state, and then we could do this dot index like this. All right, and now inside this constructor we could give it a default value. In this case, giving default value is okay, and of course in that case it would want you to named parameter must be enclosed by curly braces. So over here I would do like this. Okay, great. With this there would be a default value. So with this it becomes a named optional parameter, and there is also a default value, which means that if you don't provide any value, it is still good. Now, yes, this is as simple as this one. We don't need any abstract class for this. We have this app state class because this is, and this int variable, because this would just deal with one value, over here, the index. Okay, so all we need to do as we click on the buttons, we need to pass the value and save it, and that's it. That's as simple as that one. Nothing else to do, because as we click on them, earlier we have seen that we can get the index value on its own. So here our block class is not going to do anything fancy, so keeping this appState class very simple is going to be all right. All we need to do as we click on this, grab that index value and send to it, and we are good to go. Because we already talked why we need this, but we need this because of this thing over here, right? So we're just gonna build a simple usable block for our applications page. Now this is our event class, and over here we will declare abstract class app event. All right, and then this would be abstract class. We know that as we call the block class, we need to send an event class, and then here we'll call it we will create another class, and then this class would help us to actually cause the app to be triggered. Okay, or event, actually not app, event to be triggered. So what can we call it? Here we could say trigger app event. That's all, and this would extend our class as app event, like that. Okay, now here's this question. Since as we click on this, we said that we want to be able to pass the value, get the value, and pass the value to this appState class. We have to save it here, so which means that this class has to get a value, right? It has to get a value. So this class would get the value from our UI as we add the event. Okay, now to get the value, that's why we need to declare a variable over here. So here final int index, this one, we're going to declare a variable, and then we are going to create a const over here. Now we do trigger app event, and then over here all we need to do get this event, so which is index, and then we need to call super, and then we are good to go. And it looks like we do have to so here is a constant constructor cannot call a non-constant super constructor app event. So what it tells you that, okay, we know that if you have an abstract class, and if that class is extended by another class, then of course we need to call the super constructor if you want to. Then in that case they have to align. What is that meaning? Here this constructor is const, but here we don't know what it is, so we need to define it as a const here as well, and then here we do app event, and we are good to go. Now the error is gone. So this is the logic, because if subclass is immutable, then it is trying to tell you your abstract class would be immutable as well. So that's the idea. All right, so with this our app states and events are ready. One more time, why we did that? Because we want to grab the value. After grabbing the value, we want to assign the value to this one. That's how it should work. Okay, now this is the time we go ahead and build our app blocks. Now before you build app blocks, one thing I wanted to tell you, remove this, the one that we had earlier. Otherwise you might have package import error because they look or sound similar. So I'm going to delete them. We don't need them anyway. And this one over here the same. Go ahead and delete them. Okay, right. Now over here we are going to do a class, and here we'll call it app events, and then it extends our block class, and we know that we have to assign an abstract class to it. Actually it should be app blocks, not app events. Blocks, block, and app events. Let's see, do we have its app events? Wow. Okay, this is app event, and then app state for our state class. Okay, right. make sure this class is appstate. Okay, if you have earlier other classes, the one that we deleted, they might conflict, so that's why we have to have them. All right, and then over here inside our app blocks, and here we are going to import it. All right, and then here we're just gonna call app const app blocks, this one, and then we're not passing anything to it, and then super constructor, and then here we'll initialize our state. And what is our state? App state. That's it. Okay, now if you hover over on this is amazing. Well, here it says that a const constructor, which is this one, can't call a non-const super constructor of block. Now you have to understand what it says. It says that, okay, this is a const constructor, but you are trying to call something, the super constructor, that is of block, but that is non-const. So this is something we learn new again over here. Just like over here I was talking, like if you have to call a super constructor, then you have to make sure that super constructor is also const. If you put const over here, okay, so your super constructor also have to be super constructor also has to be const. So that's the idea. Now here, I'm not sure you understand or not, but if you read it carefully, it would make a lot of sense. So here, a const constructor, which is our app blocks constructor, can't call a non-const super constructor. So what is our super constructor over here? Now super constructor is the constructor of block actually. Now this is what we are doing, and it says that that super constructor is non-const. So here this constructor is non-const, so that's why we can't call it. Now you go ahead and see this thing. Now this is the super constructor, this is the super class or abstract class, and it is a constructor. And you see this constructor is non-const. Okay, so there is no const over here, so that's the problem. So in that case we have to remove that. So that's what it is trying to telling you, and it just worked. Okay, yeah, so we also did the same thing with others. Like for example, if you go ahead and do register blocks over here, you'll see that actually we didn't call the const over here. No, because there's a lot of topics that we should be working on. So the idea is we learn them step by step. Even though block just looks like emit and events, but there are a lot of things in detail that you should know. Okay, but of course this idea doesn't really have to do with block directly. It has to do with the Dart itself. So if your class has a super constructor and that is const, then subclass should be const as well for the constructor. If super constructor is not const, then your subclass should not have this const before the constructor. So hopefully it makes sense. All right, anyway, so now right after this here we are going to register an event, and we know that for register event we could do app event, I guess this one. Yes, right, make sure we are saying the correct one. Oh, that should be this one, trigger app event. So let's make sure this, and then here we grab event, and in general you call it emit, but we learned that actually you can call it anything you want. Now over here we just simply do like this. Now as this event get triggered, we know that this will hold our index value. So all we need to do is to grab that indexed value. And how do you do that? So here all we need to do, call this class one more time. So let's go ahead and call it, and then here we can pass this index value. And how do you pass it? So here event dot index. Okay, all right, because we know that our event, this one has a variable called index. So whatever that is being passed from our UI, grab that one and assign this to index, which is this app state. In that case, app state would be updated. All right, so that's how it works. Okay, so with this actually our simple block class is done, and we should be good to go. Now we need to find our application page, which is this one. Now the first thing we want to do, we want to wrap this around BlocBuilder widget. So let's go ahead and do that. Here it's a BlocBuilder, and then we need to pass context and a state, and after that we are going to return, and that's it. And then of course here you need to mention the type of the context you're looking for. So that is app block. Make sure you import the correct one. Yeah, this one, because you might have the packages from earlier examples, so you need to remove that. And app state, let me see, not this one, I think, yeah, this one. Okay, all right, and I just want to make sure it one more time. Yeah, app blocks. Okay, great. Now, okay, that's one, and we also need to change over here. So over here, the page entity. Great, and we also need to uncomment the block, but make sure this is app blocks. Make sure the correct path. So this is the correct path. All right, great. And what else we need to do? Okay. All right, now this is the time that we also change this one, so we are not depending on it like this. So here I'm going to remove this, and then here we could just simply do context.read, and then inside this we say app blocks, find the app blocks context for us, and then okay, add an event. And as you add an event, so here we say trigger app event, and inside this you just pass the value that we get automatically, this one, bottom navigation, and beautiful. Okay, all right, and now let's go ahead and restart, and we'll see how it goes. Of course, there are a few more steps to go ahead and to be done. All right, so names are valid over here, and then if you try to sign up, I think we need to remove these logs. Now they're getting annoying. Okay, now it didn't take us to anywhere. Now let's see why not. So here you might have sign in controller over here. Now sign in controller, actually we want to connect our navigator object and find the context and then push. In general, if you sign up, you want to remove everything from the earlier routes, so this is the preferred way to go, register. All right, and at the end we can also put here as false. Okay, register, sorry, this is not register, this is application route. Okay, let's save it. Okay, now we hit it one more time, and okay, and it says that looks like we hit an error, user exists, and it took us to this application route, but this is not application route, is it? So let me go ahead and try it one more time. All right, so here we do dlen at the best tag, and 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, route name application. So we do have some problems. Oh, here's the problem, I'm sorry. So that should be application page. All right, now let's try it, and try it here. dlen at the best tag, and it should work. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, great. Unimplemented blah blah blah. We have another error. Let's go ahead and check it. It says that application page. Okay, BlocBuilder. So that means that this one was not taking effect actually, even though we are trying to do that. So that's why here you say that unimplemented static handler. So I'm going to stop it and restart it, and we'll see how it goes. Okay, so after restarting it, it just worked. And sometimes this strange thing about state management, not just a block, it is with others as well. So you have to stop and restart the whole app to take effect, and it's beautiful. Okay, now a few other things I'm going to take care right now. So the first thing, I'm going to open up register blocks over here, and not register blocks, I think that should be sign in blocks over here. And we don't need them for now, just uncomment them. This is annoying. All right, great. And we also need to come to our application page, and over here we also take care another issue like this one, this container actually. So we don't want it to be here as well. Okay, and then what do we need to do? So here now, this index thing, we need to take care. Why? If you see carefully, if you now click on this, actually they don't change. And why not? Well, our value has been changed over here. We are giving a new value. In fact, it works. Now let's do a bit of experiment over here. So you can just type in here, my tapped index is event.index. Okay, all right, now let's save this. Okay, now if you tap on them, well, looks like we need to restart it one more time before it takes effect. It doesn't. Now there are a lot of other problems that we're going to take care. Actually, once we're done with this, next section would be taking care of this restarting issue, because every time we make some changes we have to restart the whole app, and we're also going to take care of that. We just want to go to our login page. We'll just where it says Dylan, and there was a nice notification from Firebase. I loved that. And here you also saw that. Okay, great. Now let's tap on them. Here you see that, okay, this index is 1, this index should be 4. So our sending index is working. That's beautiful. Now we didn't make changes over here. Okay, so we need to change our current index. And how do you do that? Actually, it's very easy. So here you could just simply do state index. That's all. Now that would be your current index. Once you go ahead and change the index, then we can retrieve that using this one. So that's what we are doing. And of course over here it's the same thing. Here you could do state.index, and that's all. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it. Now it already worked, as you can see. Okay, home page, search page, chat page, this one, this, and beautiful. So that means that our index is working the way we wanted. All right, so with this our block is done over here as well. Okay, now I'm going to comment that out because we don't need this. So one of the things actually we want to do, if we are logged in, we don't want to show this page anymore. This is annoying. We want to keep the user logged in. We also don't want to show this sign-in page. We directly want to go to our home page or application page. That's what we want to do.
But before that, we also have to take care of a bit of other issues. The first thing, this application page over here, we want to separate this bottom navigation bar. We don't want to actually save it here. You see everything is saved over here, so we want to save it to a separate file. In this section, we'll see how to separate this bottom navigation bar to a different page. Actually, we have built that page. We just want to move these items there, and that's all. Okay, so over here, I think let's open up our folder structure, and inside this application over here, I have this widgets, right? So inside this widgets, actually, we can return a variable, and we'll call it var bottom tabs, and inside this we just return a list. And all we need to do, we need to copy all of this. Actually, we're going to cut all of them, and then we put them here. And I do guess that we need to import some of the dependencies, and then we should be good to go. And then app colors as well. Okay, and the errors are gone. Now over here, just simply go ahead and import bottom tabs, and that's all. Now let's restore our app, and we'll see if we can go back and sign in now. So here I'm going to sign in, and then I'm going to use the password, and we'll see that it works. Okay, here we are. Course, chat, profile. We're done, and next section actually will start something new, and that would be like forgetting about this onboarding screen. You see, every time we restart our app or try to boot up our app, it starts from this onboarding screen, and this is not what we want. So we need to remember that we have already installed the app, and we have already started the app. So either we go back to login page or our application page. Of course, we need to also do a check whether you're going to a login page or application page. So next section, that's what we would be doing, and that would be a total new thing for us, because to do this, we also need to work with shared preferences or local storage. So let's go ahead and get started. So in this section, our main job is to remember that we have an onboarding screen, and next time when we boot up our app or restart our app, we need to remember that the onboarding screen was shown already once, and we want to do that using shared preferences. So at the same time, we'll also learn how to create singleton or singleton of shared preferences, where we just create the instance once and reuse it again and again. Now the first thing we want to do over here, we need to come back to our root folder, and then this is our root folder, and inside this we want to do pub-get. So here we do flutter pub add, and then we want to install the shared preferences, and we'll see that it will get installed. So hopefully with this it's installing. Okay, done. All right, now the next thing we want to do over here, first we'll come to our project folder, and then over here inside this common folder, we are going to create a new folder, and we'll call it service. And inside this, we're going to create a new file, and we'll call it storage service.dart. And actually, this is where we want to create our shared preferences singleton class. Anyway, first we're gonna go ahead and create a class over here, and we'll call it storage service. You can call it anything, but here I'll call it storage service. Now inside this, we're going to create a variable, and the variable type would be late final, and then we'll also call shared preferences, and here we'll create a variable called prefs. And now we need to find a way to initialize it. And how to do that? Well, first over here we said that it would be late. Okay, now here we would return a future type shared preference object, and we'll call it init. Actually, you can call it anything you want. And then here, once we call the init method, we'll make sure that it gets initialized. And here we would do await, and then here we do shared preferences, and from it we'll get instance this object. And then right after this, here we'll just return this. This means actually this object, which is this one. But of course here we need to import async, otherwise we'll still get error. And inside this, we look like we do have an issue. Return this, replace the return type with featured storage service. Yes, actually it should be storage service rather than this one. Now with this, what's going to happen now, as we said earlier, that this would be working as a singleton. And what is singleton? Well, with a singleton, you make sure that your class has only one instance, and in our case this is the only instance that we'll have. But of course we'll have a global pointer to it, and the pointer would be coming when we globally initialize it. Okay, now how to do it? Let's go ahead and see that. Now to globally make it accessible, right inside this lib folder over here, right inside this pages, well, inside this lib folder, we're going to create a file, and we'll just call it global.dart. And inside this, we are going to create a class, and here we'll call it global. And right over here, first we'll create a static late variable of static late storage service, this class. And then here we'll call it storage service. You can call it anything you want. And right over here, we'll do the initialization. Now we know that in our main.dart, well, which is this one over here, at the top we have this widgets binding, so we need to move that one. So we're going to move this one inside our, and inside this over here we'll create a method. The method would be future type, and then we'll call it init as well. And inside this we'll have async type. Well, I mean, since we'll have Firebase and storage service, which is this one, inside this we want to make it async type over here. And now let's see, we have to import the libraries so that we don't have any errors. Okay, now with this, first we have widgets binding, and we also initialize Firebase, and right after this we're going to make sure that our class, which is this one, storage service, gets initialized. So let's go ahead and do that. Now from here we would do await and storage service, this one, the second one, and then we'll call the init method, the one that we created. Now with this global file, this one actually would be calling, which is this method actually from our main.ui, and then everything would slowly step by step get initialized. Among them the storage service, which this would also get initialized. Why? Because we are calling this init method, and init method would make sure that our prefs object, which is this one, gets initialized. Now let's come over here, and right over here inside this we could do like, here we would do await global.init, await global.init. I have to make sure that you import it. All right, but of course with this onboarding screen, the status still doesn't change. Everything else is same as before, but the status itself didn't change. We can, well, here it did say that, well, missing plugin exception, and if you get this one we have encountered before, first you have to stop your app and then you have to restart again. Okay, so now it started, and well, it's still working, and of course it's working the old way, the way that we wanted.
like this, but of course this is not what we want, as we talked about it. Now we have installed shared preferences and we have done the basic mechanism, and we also have this one. But how to remember actually that our device has opened first time? Now first thing we need to do over here, inside this common folder, inside this values folder, we need to create a new file over here, and we'll call it constant.dart. Now inside this over here, we are going to create and save all the constant for our app. So like for example, base URL and different kind of key that we need to remember. Now here we'll set up a key of string type, and we'll call it storage device open first time, and here we'll give it a name like device first open. Well, from our UI or other places, we'll use this one to point to this key, because we know shared preference works with key value pair. So this would be the key, and when we call this one, it means we are calling this string, and we'll also assign a value to it. For each key there should be a value. Hopefully it makes sense. All right, now over here we want to create a method, and this method would help us to set the values for our key. Remember, so this is our key and we need to set the value for that. So here we're going to create a method, and here the method name is setBool, because we'll send boolean. At the same time we'll say which key and what value. Now value, of course, definitely is a boolean type or bool type, but in this case either is true or false. So here we're going to return await, and then here we do preps dot set bool, because shared preferences helps you to have a helper function which is boolean. Of course here you need to do async, and I think you should do future void over here. This future, but it doesn't return directly anything. And over here we do see that, oh, it should be bool actually, not void. All right, okay, now it makes more sense. All right, so we'll use this one to set the value. So first we need to know where to set the value for this key. So from where should we do that? Definitely, if you remember our welcome.dart over here, this is the place actually you want to do. Remember, when we come over here, this is the third one, and in this case we fall to this condition, and this is where first time we want to remember and set the value. And how could we do that? Definitely we could go ahead and do global.dart. Now global is the class that we created. Just go ahead and import it, and inside this we have storage service, and we know that storage service points to our shared preference object, which is this one. So which is this one, and based on this, because over here up to here actually we are pointing to this one, so because of this we can access any of the values from here or method. So here we could simply do setBool, as you can see. And what's the value that we wanna access? Well, that's called this one. But now here we could also be smart. Here we could create a class and we'll call it app constants. It's better, app constants, right? And here inside this we have this static method. Let's see if I can add a static modifier. Great. Now with this, the benefit is now I'm going to point to
app constants, and then I'm just simply gonna call storage. So I don't need to type out the whole name. And then over here we can set the value to true. And that's it. That's as simple as this one. So with this, when app opens the first time, actually we'd be able to save the value. Of course, let's go ahead and restart it. Well, of course, so far you won't see any changes. Same as before. Even if you try to change it. But of course, when you click on this, the set bool would get triggered, and this one, the value would set to true. And over here, so we are passing the key and value. So in the memory of this app, there would be a key like this, and for this key, the value would be true because we are passing true. But of course, that also means that next time we would be able to read that. And how are you going to read that? Of course, we have a mechanism. Anyway, let's go ahead and set it to true. But even before that, actually, we can create a method that would help us to know the return value of this key, the key that we are setting. Because once I click on this from here, the value is set to true. But now I also need a method to know the value after setting it, and then I would be able to use it. Okay, now for this, we can just come over here and create another method. The method name is get device first open, and this method would return us a bool type, either true or false. And how does it return? So over here we could do prefs dot get bool. Now inside this, you need to pass the key. And how to get the key? Here we could do app constants dot, well, we only have one string there, so we get this value. If the value exists, get that one, otherwise return false. And that's as simple as this one. And let's see what else. Okay, well, of course we need to add a return type, which we forgot. And with this, the error is gone. So as I click on this one over here, it would set the value to true. Now immediately after that, actually I can go ahead and print it. The value is, here we do global dot storage dot, let me see, storage service dot get device first open. That's it, true or false. So we'll set it, and then we'll print it immediately to make sure that it's working. So let's hot reload and then save it. You see the value is true, which means we are already able to set it. But of course, it's still, if you run the app, it's still same as before, nothing changed. Internally, a lot of things change, but we still need to use it. We are still not be able to use it correctly. I mean, we are using, but not exactly we are there. So I'm going to close this for now. And also this one, and also this, and this. And pages we need, main.dart we don't need. Application page, we also don't need this. Others, well, we don't need this one either. Anyway, now we're here. Well, we learned that every time we click on a button where your navigation object gets triggered, this function gets triggered. So as soon as I click on it, this will get triggered, and this is the place actually I can also check that whether I have this value. So here I can check for the value, but of course this would get called for every navigator.off context call, not just for welcome, I mean, welcome also happens through navigation, but it would get called for everything. So this is the perfect place where we check it. So right over here, well, we don't need this anymore. Let's remove that. So over here, we could set a bool, and we could do device first open. And then just like that, we could do global.storage service. Well, I guess we need to import it. Storage service, get device first open, this one. So we get the value. All right. And then over here, we do a check. Well, so if result dot first dot path, this one, because we know that with this, we know what kind of page are we. Actually, it should not page, it's a route. What kind of route are we? So here we are checking AppRoutes dot initial. If we are initial route, which that means a slash, and at the same time device open first is true, that means that this app has already been opened. In that case, what do you do? Well, in that case, either you log in, show to the login page, ask the user to go to login page because you have already opened it, but maybe you didn't log in before. But this time anyway, I'm going to ask you to go to the login page. Or if I can detect you have logged in, then I'll just forward you to our application page. So I have to do one of these two. But in our case, well, here first we'll see one thing we could do very efficiently, that we can go to our sign-in page. So here I would do return MaterialPageRoute, and then here we'll have builder, and inside this we'll have sign in actually. So we're gonna ask the user to sign in, and then here we do settings equal settings like this. Okay, and I guess we need a const over here, and this is going to work right now. Well, and how is it going to work? Well, hello everyone. So here we'll see how this onGenerateRoutes or GenerateRoutes works, actually, which is coming from main.dart. If you see over here that at main.dart we have onGenerateRoute property. Now it takes a function, and this is our function, right? So this is the function actually that redirects our route to different pages and screen, and how to work with this and how it has to do with this boarding screen. Now I can show you using some examples. Now over here, we know that this onGenerateRoute or GenerateRoute settings, this function gets called when you click on a certain route. But at the same time, when you boot up your app first time, this callback function, GenerateRoute setting, which is coming from onGenerate over here, it still gets called. So first time it gets called, and we can prove that. Now over here, we know that, well, first time when it boots up, this is not going to be empty because it can find the route automatically on its own. So over here, we can print a log over here, and here we'd say first log. It doesn't matter, you can write it anything. And then over here, we can also write print second log. All right, okay, that one. Now, of course, this time I don't want to redirect to any places, so I just want to comment it out. And here I'm going to restart this app so that we know what's happening. So let's restart this app. So when we restart the app, actually, we are not clicking on any navigation object. And we do see that over here, first log that's get printed. But we know that at the same time over here, we can also print a log about our route name. So how to get our route name? So we could do it from result.first.route. So this is how we get our first route name, right? So let's go over here and hot reload or restart your app.
And here you see, first we say, okay, first log, which is this one, and then this is our first route. Now our first route is slash. So with this we understand that this method gets called anyway first time when you boot up your app. It has nothing to do with clicking on a route, so it gets called directly. So this is the right place from where actually we can navigate to different places. So over here we know that this is our initial route, and initial route actually equals to the slash, which is home route or initial route. So over here this one and this one, they're actually the same thing. So you remember that when we click on this, of course, when we come to the third slide, actually we click on a route object. We know that, and that is coming from our welcome.dart over here. Of course, here I have some log over here, -10. It doesn't matter, just to remember what happens. So over here, if I click on this, definitely first we will see -1, and then it will try to remember that device has been opened. So over here we'll have this storage device open first time. It'll set it to true, right? And then when I click on this, so it'll go to a new route, which is sign-in route. But before it goes to sign-in route, actually it would set this key, this variable, to true, right? So when you come over here next time, over here we can get this device, which is this one, get this device key, which is the same as the one that we set in our welcome route. They're the same thing. As they're the same thing, in pages.dart over here, inside this generate route settings, we'd be able to grab that value and check it. So next time when you open our app, definitely this would return true. And at the same time, because we open our app again, so there would still be in initial route, so this two condition would become true. If this two condition becomes a true, actually over here we could do a redirect or go anywhere we want, okay? And this is possible. Now of course this time we are going to redirect to a sign-in page, okay? All right, now let's save it. Now of course we are still in the very first phase, so we are here in sign-in page, but this time actually the value has been saved. So now, value has been saved. What value has been saved? The value for this key, which is true. This has been saved. Now if this has been saved, then now I'm going to restart my app again. We'll see that welcome boarding or onboarding screen page has gone. It's not there anymore. You see, we are still on sign-in page, and beautiful. And this is what we wanted, and for this we have worked so far and so hard. So generate route setting functions, which is a callback function for onGenerateRoute, is a great place to redirect your routes or pages. So here you can put a lot of condition, and based on the condition, actually you could redirect your app to different pages, and that's awesome. But now here's one thing. So I can do one thing. Now I'm gonna do over here login, and let's go ahead and do that. And we know that we can log in. Now over here, if I log in, definitely I'll go to home page, right? And this is what we have worked before and we know. But there is another problem now. If I restart my app, it still takes me to this login page, and which is not good because you have already logged in. In general, app should remember that you have already logged in, so it should take you to the home page or application page, the page we have seen just now. So in next section we'll work on how to show and how to do this mechanism that app should remember that you have logged in. Okay, now this is the time that we go ahead and remember our sign in, and to be able to do that, actually we need to come to our sign-in controller right over here. Okay, now we know that over here, from here we are going to this application route. Okay, well, now this is the place. Actually first we need to set up a mechanism that we already signed up, okay, just like we did for our onboarding screen, which is welcome screen. Over here, this is our mechanism, right? So this is the mechanism that help us to remember. So when we sign up, we need to do the same thing. Okay, all right, so this is the place. Before we go to a new page, we need to do this mechanism and how to do that. But of course over here it's easy to do, and the first thing we want to do, just create a dummy dummy code just to remember, but actually later on we'll see that we have to do it more professionally, which involves our backend. Now first, we just want to see that we can remember that we logged in. Okay, we just want to see that. Now how to work with this? Now for this reason, over here we also need to go to our storage service, not exactly storage service. Over here I'm going to set up another key. All right, so we'll call it static const and a string, and here we'll say storage user. Well, over here we could do user token key. Okay, user token key. All right, and we'll call it user token key. All right. Now, where is this key coming from? Actually, this would be coming from user profile key. So we need to set up another one. But for now, we'd be just using the second one because it's not as simple as we think. There are a lot more mechanisms to remember whether user has logged in or not. Okay. All right. So anyway, storage user profile key. All right. Now here we'll say user profile key, just like this. Okay, but for now we're just going to use this one because it's easy to do, because as I said that it would be a dummy code. Later down the section, definitely we are going to change the mechanism that we are going to apply. All right, so over here we're going to set up a function, and that function would help us to set a string. And set a string for what? Set a string for this one. So we'll create a function over here. Okay, so now here we're gonna set up a function over here, just like the one that we had. Actually, we can just go ahead and copy this one from here, and in that case we'll just name it differently, and here we'll call it set string. And this doesn't change, and over here of course we need to change the type as well, set string, and we are good to go. Now at the same time over here you don't need a bool this time, because we want to set up the string itself, and we also want to set up, well, we'll use string to set up this key. So over here we need to have string type, otherwise we'll get error. Okay, great. Now, well, with this we'd be able to set up the string, just like with this we're able to set up the bool. Now that also means that we need to be able to get that string, whatever the key we use to store our string over here for the value of this key. Now over here we need to create a function to retrieve that. Now that one actually just would return us true or false in conditional check. So here we do get is login, is logged in, just like this. We'll call this function, and over here we do return, and then here we'll get our prefs object, and then get a string. Now get string would get the key, and what is our key? App constants, this one, dot storage user token key, this one. Now if it is null, which means that there is nothing, which also means that this has not been set. If it is null, then we set it to false. Okay, otherwise we return to true. So here we are just trying to check user has logged in or not. If it can find a value there, then it means it is true. If it can't find value, which means that it's null, then we return false. And if we return false, that means that user has never logged in. Okay, now what to do in that situation? So we need to set this up during our login. Now let's go to our sign-in controller over here. So before we go to the new page over here, this is the perfect place. So how to point that function and how to point that storage, just like global.dart. Well, I guess we need to import it, otherwise we'll still get error. This one, global.storage service dot set string. Over here we are going to point to our app constant one more time. App constant constants dot user profile key, and over here we'll set up a value for this. Of course we have to set up the value in string. Now this would be a random value. Okay, for now I'm just going to use 1 2 3 4 5 6, any number. But of course this is not the way to do it. We'll set up it differently. We'll generate the profile key from the server side. Okay, as I said, that this is a dummy code, but this will give you a better understanding that how it works. In next sections we'll definitely change it. Of course that's a lot of work, but anyway, so for now this would be a unique key for the user. Okay, now so during sign up this would work. Anyway, so now let's go ahead and retrieve this. And where to retrieve this? Well, definitely we're going to retrieve it here. So we check whether the user has logged in or not. Okay, that's one thing. And right after, we check user has booted up the app or not. And after that we want to do another check before we go to sign in page. And what is the check? So here we'll create a bool type and we'll call it is logged in, this one. And then here we'd say global, we'll call this one global dot storage, and then get is logged in, this one. And then we'll check is logged in if it is true or false. If it is true, then actually we just wanna go to our application page. And how to do that? So here we do return MaterialPageRoute over here, and then we're just gonna do const application page. That's it. All right, and with this we are good. And I think we also need the other property to be set over here, settings. Great. So well, it'll first check whether we have opened it or not, and this will also check whether user has logged in or not. If the user has already logged in, go to application page. If the user didn't log in, go to the sign in page. If the user never opened it, go to this page, first page, which also means that also our onboarding screen. All right, okay, great. Now of course, how to simulate this one? There's still one more problem. Now over here, this also means that we don't need this anymore. Okay, yeah, so first time after logging in, first time after logging in, we can go to our application page. That doesn't matter. But what if you boot up your application? Okay, now how to work with this? Definitely we need to set this one. Now if you go ahead and restart your app, this is not going to work anymore, but we have to log in one more time. Okay, all right, so now let's go ahead and log in. Remember, this time it is falling into this condition, sign in condition. It is opened, but it can't find the user because we didn't remember it. So here we need to do it like this. So I'm going to log in one more time, dylan@dbesttech.com, and then over here 1 2 3 4 5 6, that's login. Okay, now we are in homepage. Beautiful. Now restart your app again. It'll say that we are still in homepage. You see we are okay, looks like it did not work and we have a bit of issues. Let's try to restart it one more time. That means that over here, profile key, user profile key. Okay, I think I said the wrong key over here. What it should be? It should be storage user token key. This one actually. Oops. Second one, this one. So this was wrong. And let me check this one over here. Okay, right. This time hopefully it should work. So here dylan@dbesttech.com, and then 1 2 3 4 5 6. Let's go ahead and set it. Log in. Okay, we're logged in. User exists. And then let's hot reload, hot restart. Yes, it worked this time because it can remember the user that we have already logged in. So let's go ahead and try it one more time. Yes, beautiful. Awesome. So we have done a lot of job and learned a lot so far. So the idea is, if you want to do redirect to your user,
based on different condition, from onboarding screen to logging in to your application dashboard, onGenerateRoute, which is this callback, is a great place to do the conditional check and redirect your user to different pages.